All right. Looks like I'm live. So if you can hear me, you know the routine. If I sound okay, hit that number 1 in the chat box if you don't mind. Again, if I audibly sound satisfactory, hit that number 1. Fairchild, thank you. Kyle, Juan. All right, to at least 2 of you. Very good. Anthony, futures are way better in all caps. Thank you, Anthony, for trusting finally. And you are the newest convert. So I'll wait for more people to get here so I can point out your story. But yes, I appreciate you trusting that to give futures a try compared to the ETFs and stocks you were doing. And I love to see it in all caps. Futures are way better. How are we only at 1 like? What in the world is going on with that? Come on now. Hit that like button. This could be the shortest stream ever. We may be looking at the shortest stream ever. Is anybody even here? I've had 2 people give me a 1. Is anybody else here, or what's going on? Are we having some issues with the connection? Usually people are a little bit more interactive. All right. G Brooks, Sam, good morning. Okay, all right. I guess it's just Georges. Sorry if I mispronounced. All right. Well, I guess we are in business. As a reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you are brand new, welcome. It's great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to like or enjoy. But yes, if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy and you know you're going to like, hit that button. That's a very real contributing factor to the length of the stream. Yesterday, we actually set a record. 4 hours and like 24 minutes or something we went. But the like button did continue to creep upwards. So as long as I know people are interested, we will keep the party going. So the length of the live stream is literally a function of you as viewers. Well, that's Forex pairs, bro. Forex is pure garbage, my friend. Why would you waste your time trading Forex? Do you like watching paint dry? Are you a big fan of watching paint dry? Because that is what Forex day trading is it's like watching paint dry. No, maybe once or twice a year there'll be some sort of like massive there will be some, massive, world news that maybe gets the Forex markets moving a little bit. But besides that, Forex is truly like watching paint dry. There are definitely better things to day trade out there compared to Forex. Don't you trade Forex? Absolutely not. I trade futures. Again, I'm not a fan of watching paint dry. I like action. I like movement. I like me some volatility. Anthony, are you here still? Pump or dump on Nvidia earnings? Oh, I have no idea. No idea. What I do know is there's going to be a bunch of degenerates that load up on options in either direction and just see what happens. That is the one thing I do know. The Nvidia earnings will bring out the degenerates, that's for sure. Right now, just kind of, it is drifting downwards, just in a very kind of choppy way. Started off so strong on the day, and then that right there is what kicked off the downwards trend, and now we're just creeping downwards slowly. Let me get this line in play, actually. I'm curious about that line moving forward, and we'll see if it wants to come back down, if it bounces off there, finds support at that yellow line or not. Up 680 across my 28 funded. Let's go, Uncle, 19K across Top Step, Apex, my future. I'm 26. Congrats, good day. Looking good. So the 5-minute here. I should also want the 15-minute. Bears keep trying to press down, but we continue to get these lower shadows here. So 15 minute is suggesting that maybe, just maybe, the buyers are finally stepping in. Bro, what exactly is the strategy you're working on? I'm not sure. What do I mean? What exactly is the strategy? What do you mean by that? I'm using candlestick technical charts. I like some moving averages. I like some trend lines. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you mean by what exactly is the strategy you are working on. I'm not really working on a strategy. I have strategies. Elite trader. That's a good way to put it. I guess. Oh, that's good. The marketing too. I have an arsenal of strategies. I like that. That's got a good ring to it. Yeah, I use several strategies. But at the end of the day, this is my strategy at the core. At the core. Where did it go? That's my strategy right there. I've got to be able to answer yes to 2 of these questions. Is the risk logical? And is the risk controlled relative or when compared with the potential reward? That's the core of anything that I'm looking to do. Is that right there? So that would be the backbone. Jaboni, good morning. Skim, Exile, hello. What do you think about SMC? I'll give you my thoughts right here as I delete that message. That's what I think of it. That's what I think of it. So as I was just explaining, I'm a little scared to do anything short right now due to the 15-minute time frame. 15-minute, looking here, you're seeing all these lower shadows, which is suggesting that there are buyers out there right now. So to go short down in this area where, at least in my estimation, the 15 minutes telling us that there's buyers hanging around, has me a little nervous to go short. Now, if it wants to clear down through all this area, then I could very realistically see the downtrend continuing down to the overnight low down here. But right now, yeah, anything short for me makes me a little nervous. If anything, I'm probably more long-sided. Good morning. Logic-based trading paired with structure. You mean Arsenal Clay, you're one of the top traders. You're still here. Yeah. Trying to hang in there. You know, I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in there. I got a lot to be grateful for. I'll put it that way. I got 6 kids. Food's on the table for them. They got beds to sleep in, a roof over their head. So I feel blessed. I'm hanging in there. What is Asaladin? No. I only day trade futures. Everything else is just it's literally a waste of time in the day trading category. Futures move the best. I've been told, and it played out for me too, that if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually end up trading futures. And here I am trading futures. Futures just move better. So no, I don't. Again, I'm talking strictly in the category of day trading. In day trading, yes, day trading stocks, options, crypto, or Forex. There are more efficient ways to go about it, and that starts with futures. Especially day trading options. Day trading options is really bad from a mathematical standpoint. Do the land. That's yeah, very grateful. I'm just trying to slow down, get some chickens. Get a nice garden. I just want the simple life. And I was a terrible place. Nobody moved to Iowa. That's the only wrong thing I got going in my life right now. I live in Iowa. That's a terrible place. Too much traffic, pollution, too many people. They don't make land. That is true. They make Lambos every year. That is also true. Yep. Well, unless you're China. I think China's been making land over there. But yes, broadly speaking, they don't make more of land. Tell your kids thanks to Uncle Frank and send me some. We'll sell them to you. I don't know what they're going for, the morels. Yep. All right. So elite trader. Also, he survived long enough to start with penny stocks, then options, and now he's in futures, doing very well in futures. So yeah. Were you in a big city before? No, I've never really been in a big city. I was a neighborhood kid. Then I lived kind of in the country, kind of loosely in the country in Michigan. But now I'm back in the neighborhood while we wait to build our house at the property we bought. Yes, I heard that crypto also has futures. Just trade. No, don't. What is up? Why some people are so obsessed with crypto? You know, like I've got to be day trading something in regards to crypto. No. Or how about you just trade something that moves fluidly? How about just that? You crypto people are drunk on Kool-Aid. Like even in the day trading space. Well, I have to still day trade. So if I'm going to do futures, then I have to do futures of crypto. It's like, or just trade very liquid things. I'll just trade very volatile things. Why are you making your life harder? Like so you crypto people get so narrow-minded. Like it's a cult. And it's a cult in this sense. Like you're scared if like one of your crypto bros hears that you're day trading something that has nothing to do with crypto. You're like some sort of trader or you're some sort of backstabber. It's ridiculous. Just trade the things that move. And the things that move in futures are the ES is very popular, which is the S&P 500, the NQ, which is the NASDAQ. Just trade things that move. Only the strongest spot. I myself trade MES, 3 micros, slow born, but yields. Yeah. MES. I don't do that ES, but I have nothing against the ES. It's a good example of how you kind of got to figure out what works for you. I tell people to start with the MNQ, but if someone's like, I'm going to start with the MES, I would, okay. I wouldn't push back against that at all. But yes, why? Just no. Don't trade crypto and go trade future. Bitcoin futures. Just trade the most volatile things, the most smooth things. No, that's not my opinion. That's mathematically valid. Look at the most fluid markets. Again, if you want to work harder, not smarter, because you're part of a cult and you think this cult's going to get upset at you if you trade something outside of Bitcoin, then fine, or crypto. But like, I don't know, maybe I'm unprincipled. But like, I just want to trade the things that are going to be most efficient. That's all I care about. How can I be most efficient? And trading Bitcoin futures or crypto futures are not most efficient. That's what I mean. When you're in a call, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like even the thought of trading something outside of the crypto world is like, wait, no. I'll do futures, but it's got to be crypto futures. Cult member. I swear, crypto bros sit around, they eat chicken breast, broccoli, and then just talk about their crypto. And say bruh, every other word. Yeah, I need these 3 things from you, ultrasound. These 3 things. So here's a little context. My ultrasound claimed yesterday that they have basically 100% win rate, and that they can, do all this great stuff. So this is what I need from you, my ultrasound. I need 3 numbers from you. I know you want to give me your levels, but I don't care about the levels. I care about what you do with these levels. So I need 3 numbers. I need your entry point, I need your stop loss, and I need your target before the price gets to any of those areas. That's all I need. Elite. NQ is a volatile beast. That's for sure. There's no denying that. Hey, as a friendly reminder, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Hit that like button, and that'll keep the stream moving. I move based on a function of people's interest, and I gauge people's interest via that like button. Well, as of right now, the 21 EMA is doing work. 21 EMA is that green line. You can see right here. Rejected the price. So that definitely seems to be a key area. I am watching that lower trend line there as potential support. Yeah, Anthony, I'm so glad. Thank you. Anthony tried futures for the first time yesterday. I gave him a hard time. I was getting a little irritated because I'm like, come on, man, stop working harder, not smarter. And he's like, okay, fine. So he let me know yesterday. He finally opened up a take profit trader account, which is a prop firm for futures. And his first message in the chat room, our futures are way better, in all caps. So our newest convert of somebody that was coming from the world of trading ETFs, trading stocks, and then they tried futures, and he's like, oh, yeah, way better. Clay, I literally did the same thing I do every day and make like 3 times more. Like I said, exactly, Anthony. That's the whole point right here. That's the M. You're experiencing the movement of futures. This right here is what we preach here, Pam's Plant. If you're in the category of day trader and day trading, Pam's Plant is by far the most efficient way to go about it. It's just an argument to day trade futures. So this is the argument of why futures make a whole lot of sense. And then you want to day trade futures through a prop firm, which is what the plant is talking about. So Pam's plant is, and this is an undefeated argument, if you're in the category of day trading, that is by far the best way to go about day trading. And like I said, Anthony is the newest convert that was day trading ETFs and stocks, and he just tried futures, and he's like, oh wow, they're way better. Hey, my ultrasound, when are you going to give us? Come on, where are you entering? Where's your stop loss and where's your target? You can't give us those numbers yet, my ultrasound? My ultrasound showed up yesterday saying that there's some sort of like, they wrote an algorithm that's got like basically 100% win rate, and they're willing to prove it. So I said, okay, you're welcome to prove it, but I want key numbers. Go in here, but if your plan is to show up and say go long, go short, no, we call that broad statement trading. That's not how trading works. We want to see applicable. Look at that, amazing, right off. Okay, technically speaking, not right off the red yellow line, but very close. So we do have a falling wedge here, which is a bullish pattern. So in fact, if we just use that 21 EMA, so if we use this as the bottom part of the pattern, and then the 21 EMA as kind of our resistance, we got ourselves a falling wedge, which again is a bullish pattern. So kind of watching that. And we'll see if this falling wedge can find any sort of upwards movement. Are we going to be looking at something like that? I don't know. We'll have to see. But yes, falling wedge currently, if I were to be forced to summarize what I'm seeing here, falling wedge seems to be what we're looking at right now. My ultrasound, where are you? Where can I join TPF? I think you mean Batman with cheese. Are you talking about the prop firm? No, my ultrasound. That's not an alert. If this is the game you're gonna play, just stay short. That's meaningless. Nobody is impressed by that. I want to know how does your algorithm benefit from stay short? So tell us where your short entry point is going to be, tell us where your stop loss is going to be, and tell us where the target price is. But no, stay short means nothing. That is as broad as it can get. Nobody's going to be impressed by you saying that. So if that's what your plan is here, no, I'm not interested. Please don't tell me that's how you think you're going to prove things. Where can I at the link at the top, Batman with cheese? I've also pinned it in the description area. You can go there and use code Clay. The one you posted in the lounge. I'm not sure if you want to join the prop firm, then just use the link that's at the top of the screen and then use code Clay. All traders mark these levels for No, my ultrasound, I'm not going to play that game. I ask you for something very specifically so you can prove your system. We don't care about your levels. We care about how you would use those levels. So please give me and all of us these three numbers for the last time or you're getting banned because you're just a troll. These three numbers. We need your entry point, we need your stop loss, and we need your target. And we need those three numbers before the price gets to any of those levels. That's what we need. But you just telling us levels, okay, we can all mark out levels. We need to know how you're going to use those. Okay, you're not going to do it. I don't know. See, you're hindsight trading. Nobody's impressed by any of this. You apparently think we're fools. We're not fools here. For the final time, or you're getting banned. My ultrasound, are you listening right now? Hit the number 1 if you're listening. I want to make sure you hear this. I don't care about your top level. I care about what you're doing with those levels. So final time. Look at that, right here at the 21 EMA. And struggling right at that level. I want your strategy. Okay. He's a clown. Confirmed clown. Notice, so this is what armchair quarterbacks do. This is what broad statement traders do, like my ultrasound. They just want to say numbers. They want to say go long. They want to go short. But they don't want to give us 3 key numbers ahead of time. They don't want to give us an entry or a stop or a target. Now, a lot of times they'll show up in hindsight and be like, yeah, I got in there. Well, how convenient. But to request them to give those 3 numbers before the price gets to any of those areas, that's where all of a sudden the excuses start to come out. You know, too much to type. I'm asking for 3 numbers. You can abbreviate. ENT, give me a number for entry. SL for stop loss, give me a number. TP for target price, give me that number. I don't care about that, Mark or Clay. Mark the levels, then tell me after. I don't no, that marking levels doesn't make anybody money. What you do with those levels is how you actually make money. So right now, ultrasound, you have proven nothing. Why, my ultrasound? Why won't you give me those? Why won't you give us? We're all waiting. Why won't you give us those numbers? No. You don't need to teach me anything. If you give me those 3 numbers, then I'll believe you. But you won't give those 3 numbers. Why is that, my ultrasound? Why won't you tell us your entry point, your stop loss, and your target price before the price gets to those levels? Why won't you do that? I know. I'm trying to, you're right. Well, why am I wasting? Because it's an important thing. I want people to be able to recognize clowns like this. No, you're not giving it to me. Okay, what is your entry point going to be? By the way, you said to stay short when it was like right here. Look at this thing go up. So right now, that in and of itself looking pretty sketchy. But where's your entry point going to be? No, I don't want to watch it at the next level. Where's your entry point going to be? My ultrasound, let's start there. 1 number. The next number I'd like from you is where's your entry point? Where's your entry point going to be? What number? Give us an entry point. Yeah, that's in the back end. Where is your entry point? Give us your entry point, my ultrasound. Your next trade. Where's your entry point going to be? Where is your entry point going to be for your next trade, my ultrasound? Where is your entry point? You said you trade $1 million of your capital. So, okay. Where is your entry point going to be? Okay, one final time or else you're banned. Because you're right. I don't need to spend any more of my time with you. Next number you need to give me. The next trade you're going to take, what is your entry point? So give me 1 number. Next trade, what is your entry point going to be? It needs to be a number. Just give me a number and I'll know. It's your entry point. So the next trade that your algorithm is going to take, what is the entry point going to be? What number? What is your entry point? The number. Okay, you're gone. You're gone. I really was hoping we had a millionaire trader that had like a 100% win rate. Does everybody see that though? Anybody notice that? How when you try to nail somebody down like that, it's like nailing Jello to a wall. What is your entry point? They just won't do it. Why? Why won't they do it? Oh, no, that was a real person. Like, they were telling me all this stuff yesterday in YouTube comments. And I was like, all right, we'll show up tomorrow. I said, just be prepared. I said, be prepared to give me these 3 numbers. And they wouldn't give it. I don't know what you're talking about, Batting with Cheese. Are you a member of my mentorship program? Let's just start there. What position right now for NASDAQ? Well, I don't know. I don't know your strategy. Okay, well, the link to the live webinar can be found within the member portal. I don't know what he was trading, Anthony. Like, he just kept throwing out numbers and stuff. He might have been trading ES. I don't know. I don't know. That's so disappointing. I was hoping we were all going to be graced with somebody that had hacked the market and had truly basically 100% win rate. had an algorithm. It could just tell us all these points beforehand, but nope. Dude, ask Lidden. You're trading crypto anyways. What I tell you about this has no bearing on what you're doing, right? You said you were trading crypto. Well, it came up, got a nice push through the 21 EMA, and now getting rejected. I mean, such congestion up here as far as resistance levels are concerned. We'll see what it wants to do. Hey, thanks, JJ Max. Thanks for these live streams, Clay. Normally I have to watch after work, still learn something every day. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Glad you're learning. Very kind of you. All right, well. Still kind of chopping around here a little bit, but 5 minute does have a strong, that was a strong move. I work in Forex and stocks. Okay. Well, again, so my point holds true. Me giving you my opinion on this 2 minute chart on the futures is irrelevant to you. Like, do you know what, when I say futures, are you aware that there's something called the futures market? I'm almost starting to get the idea that you think that I'm talking about like speaking about something in the future. I'm not talking about something in the future. I'm literally talking about something that's called the futures market. So that's why I say, like, literally, if you're in Forex and stocks, then my opinion on this 2 minute futures chart is quite literally irrelevant to you. Although if you are a day trader or want to be a day trader, I would highly, highly suggest getting out of the world of Forex and stocks and day trading futures. Thank you for teaching us something new every day. I'm glad you feel like you're learning something new every day. That's encouraging. Looks like you made some. Well, yeah. Every day's a new day. I was planning on making millions of dollars today with the algorithm that one guy talked about, but apparently we'll have to wait for a new master millionaire trader that's hacked the market to the tune of basically 100% win rate. But yeah, I fully planned on walking away today, shopping for a couple of Lamborghinis. I thought we all were. I thought we were all going to get rich. But I was wrong. Why dream of 1 million when you can dream of 2 million? That's true. That's true. Solidin. I do. Yep. Because you asked, there you go. You can do with that what you will. I am interested in a long down around this area. If this wants to roll back over to the bottom part of this trend line, I am interested. Going short up around there, or excuse, I'm not going long up around there. Kind of scary because so much congestion. Now, if the price can clear up above the VWAP, which is that dotted yellow line, then I'd feel better about things because at least the price is cleared up through that seemingly kind of big congestion area. But yeah, to go long right there, yeah, wasn't really what and even if the price were to have pushed up through there, like I said, I want to see the price at least get up above VWAP because, again, the logic there is if the price is up above VWAP, then that means that it is cleared above the 200 period moving average. It's cleared above the 50 period moving average. It's cleared above the 200. It's cleared above that orange line, which is yesterday's close. But until then, I'm not really interested in going long. But I would be interested in going long all the way down here because this trend line does seem to be, poking its head up and behaving in a bullish way. As a reminder to new people here, this stream is a function of your interest levels. Yesterday, we went about 4 hours and 20 minutes, set a new record, but that was because the like button continually was creeping upwards because I use that like button to gauge interest level. So if you are enjoying, if you're interested, if you're entertained, if you're anything positive, and you want to ensure that the live stream continues, like I said, hitting that like button has very real world impacts. It literally influences the length of the stream itself. So if you are enjoying, hit that like button. There's no point in saving your likes because the sooner we get up to certain metrics, that tells me where we should be. Like I know, for example, that if we're not at 200 likes by the 3-hour mark, something's not quite right. People aren't really entertained or interested. So in other words, in theory, if we got up to 200 likes right now, then it's like, okay, well, we're going for sure at least 3 hours, if not more. So, I mean, I know some of you try to game the system and hang on to your likes, but it's not needed. So again, I do not use likes as like a vanity metric. I use it as a metric of making sure I'm not wasting my time, because I don't want to be sitting here hanging out if nobody's really interested or entertained or finding value. But if you are, then I'll keep the party going. So hit that like button. Now the question becomes, is there maybe a short around here? A short with a target of that lower trend line. Maybe. Again, is there a short here with a target down in that area? I'm going to keep my eye on that dynamic, and maybe we can try something here. So if this wants to consolidate out, so maybe come over here a little bit more and then make the move down, I could see that getting interesting. I don't want to take it on this. If this candle comes down and breaks, I wouldn't personally be interested in that. But if it wants to, like I said, consolidate out a little bit and then make the break. That's a good point, Lauren. 104 people watching, 49. No, well, actually, we're at 56, but... Oh, don't know. Come back up. Come back up. Don't break it here. I'm not willing to take it on this particular candle here. And there we go. Come back up. No, the liking doesn't feed the kids. Got to use code Clay to feed the kids. If you want my kids to have dinner tonight, you got to use code Clay. Code Clay has very real life ramifications. All right, we'll see if it wants to try to. There we go. Yep, that's exactly why I did not want to take it on that candle. Had I gotten short on that candle, I'd be, wouldn't have been a losing trade yet, but I'd be feeling not so good. Code Clay waives the activation fee. Yes, yep. It gives a 30% off and waives the activation fee. Correct. Just kind of consolidating out like I was wanting to. Like I said, I'd like to see one more candle. Although I will say if this candle spikes like all the way up here and then comes all the way back down, I may be, in that situation, I'd be interested in potentially getting short on this particular candle. But again, that's with the requirement that this candle all of a sudden gets real big, green, and then comes back down. Hey, Anthony, I love it. See, that's what I was looking for from that guy. From the, whatever, I don't even remember their name. That had the algorithm. Like he wouldn't just do that. He wouldn't give me his entry, his stop loss, or his target price before the price got there. So thank you, Anthony. Even if you're wrong, Anthony, nothing but respect. At least you threw it out there for us to all gauge and see what happens. Uh-oh. Something just got messed up. Oh, who's doing that with the likes? That's just stupid. That's disappointing. Somebody apparently, I guess, bought likes or something. I don't know. That's disappointing. What? That is disappointing. Yep, and they're still gone. Yeah, I don't know how that works, but they're clearly buying them or doing something. We'll see if this wants to bounce a bit more. I could see myself maybe getting short here. And then try to anticipate it coming down and breaking through that trend line right there. Yeah, I know. We're getting, I don't even know, not hacked is the right word, but somebody's just clowning around now. Oh my God, I was just talking about it, Phil. Please don't talk about likes. I'm already irritated by it. And now people are like, look at the likes. Where did all these likes come from? Yes, somebody is clowning around. All right, we'll see if the price wants to come back down. Maybe look to get short. Hey, Jared, good to see you. Five-minute is starting to move into some interesting levels. So off screen, I am looking over here at the 5-minute. You can see it's starting to come right up into those areas, which have rejected the price before. So we'll see. Gonna head out, Clay. Thanks for teaching me about futures. Thanks, Anthony. I appreciate you at least giving it a try. Okay, I'm in there short. Blue line is my entry. Yeah, I was in the green for a bit, but I'm looking for more than just a scalp. But yes, I'm aware that had I chosen to scalp, it would be a green trade. So we'll see if this does want to come back down. Doing 5 MNQs. See if it wants to get rejected. That blue line is my entry point. So we'll see if it wants to come back down, but again, I'm looking that way because that is where my 5-minute chart is at. I got plenty of wiggle room on the door, so I may add in another 5 because I have a well-defined kind of line in the sand stop loss up here. So I could see myself adding and then just throw in the stop loss up there. So if I'm wrong, yeah, it'll be a bigger loss, but I got plenty of wiggle room on the day, so.
Order filled.
So I just added another 10 there. I looked. Oh, whoops. All right, well, whatever.
Order rejected.
Oh, whoops. Not 515. So there's my stop up there. So like I said, this will hurt if it does not roll back over. But again, I do have plenty of wiggle room on the day. So I'm willing to get a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, let's see if it wants to get rejected off this area or not. Some senses I'd want it. I'm going to add in some more right there.
Stop filled.
Okay. Blue line is my entry. See if it wants to get rejected and come back down. Texting me. Yeah, I'm right at the VWAP there. We'll see if it's going to be a VWAP rejection. Fantastic.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Okay, and let's now do this with my final 5. I'll leave my final 5 up here. So this could still be, no, shouldn't be a losing trade. But I'll keep my final 5 up here, and if this thing does want to roll back over, I'll work these 5 down. But yeah, this should be a winning trade. But if it does come back up and stop me out, it'll be a very minimal winning trade. But I want to keep some skin in the game here in case this thing does roll back over. So I still have 5. But if I do get stopped out, that will be a loss. But I did want to lighten the load a little bit, just because right now, I'm at about a 50-50. Seems like a coin flip right now. But I could be wrong. Maybe I should not have kind of started to doubt it. But if I am wrong, well, at least I still have 5 to partake in the move. All right, come on. Need it to come down more before I move my stop. All right, there we go. So let's move this into winning territory. There we go. Move it right there. So as this goes in my favor, I'm going to continue to drag down my stop. Oh, come on. Give me some follow through. Just go down. And out there. So overall, it turned out fine. Boy, was getting absolutely beat to shreds. Ah, bummer. Sorry to hear that. Hey, good morning, Nero. Get your stuff figured out? I was trying to type fast about your 500. Yeah, thanks, SM. Yeah. I've done that before where it doesn't quite, where I'll type in and then I'm like either trying to buy like 800 contracts or sell 700 contracts because I forget, you know. You forget to cancel out the one numeral and then all of a sudden you're typing a huge thing. So what was the issue, Nero? What was the issue? My last trade this morning had me sweating before it went. Well, Phil, I think you have a little bit too big a position size. If a trade is causing you to sweat, there's a problem. I just reset the account. So maybe that was the problem the whole time. You just needed to reset it. I mean, look at that. So this is, my stop loss was at a very particular area. But look at that, right off of the VWAP. So, the power of charts. Now it's a question of, is this still worthwhile taking this short? Let's extend it out. Let's keep an eye on it. Maybe. What's also forming, though, is I can see people starting to get a little bullish and saying, but Clay, I see this. I see this uptrending line, and I see this VWAP coming across the top. So I see an ascending triangle. I can see that. So would I call you a crazy person if you're, getting long down around here thinking it might bounce up? No. Doesn't mean it'll work. That's why, risk management matters, but I would certainly not call you crazy. Like, I see the logic. I can see why you would think that that's, potentially a logical thing to do. But, I'm not going to join you, but I would not accuse you of being some degenerate that's just behaving randomly or anything like that. I see what you're looking at. I mean, I don't know. I might even be tempted to join to try to, buy a breakout up above VWAP. Problem with that now is if you buy right above VWAP, notice over here, let's just extend this out. We have this clump of highs right here. Let me change that. And we'll track this. But it used to be that if VWAP was broken, that implied that this whole kind of congestion point here was cleared. But because VWAP has continued to move down, now a breakout here, you still have to kind of worry about this area right here. I suppose if you're a scalper, you could buy the break and scalp out some right there or something like that. Maybe that's how you go about it. But my point here is you can't quite say that, okay, a break of VWAP also clears above this congestion anymore because of, again, the downwards nature of VWAP right now. Whoop. All right. I'm tempted. I'm not going to take it on this candle, though. That thing feels maybe a little bit too much like chasing. But if this wants to consolidate out another candle and then break, I have a nice stop loss right there, that orange line. So I could have a very nice little small risk profile and then play the breakdown or get out. So we'll see if it wants to do something like that. I never did ask, how are all your days going? I never asked that. I'm a jerk. Am I rich, bro? Yes, I am. I have 6 kids. They have a meal every night. They have warm beds. They have a roof over their head. We're all in good health. So yes, Nady, I'm very rich. Are you? Are you, Nady Khan? Are you rich? I am very wealthy. Hard to complain. I don't know. You're on the internet right now. That's a good step. Logan, new to futures, plus 375 today. All right, Logan, quick question for you. What did you trade before futures? Mostly stocks, never serves. Okay, so Logan, for the people in the chat room, because it's my contention that day trading stocks compared to day trading futures is just night and day. Futures are so much better. So what are your thoughts? As somebody that is new to futures, what would you say about, futures compared to stocks? Nady Khan, with all due respect, I'm always very leery of people that show up and they're brand new and their first thing is, are you rich, bro? Like, I don't think we're quite on the same, I don't think we're quite cut from the same cloth. You seem to be, I'm not sure. Like, how is that relevant to anything? Like, would you walk up to me in real life and shake my hand and be like, are you rich, bro? Like, who does that? Good old internet and live streams. Boy, do they make social barriers just non-existent. Good noon. Well, if I'm your hero, it seems like you should probably have a better idea of how long I've been trading for, It's not exactly like if I'm your hero, I would assume that means you've watched a lot of my content, whether that's listen to my podcast, look at all the free stuff I have on my YouTube channel, I don't know when I started trading. I started off as a penny stock investor in 2006. But when did I move to trader? I don't know. 2007 maybe? 2008? I don't know. For a while. I've been trading for a while though. Futures is great. Started with Forex, then large caps, then penny stocks. Now seeing the power futures, so many pros to it. Strips away all the things I hated about the... thank you, Boris. Yeah, good stuff right there. All right, I need to be watching this here. I could do let's do this. Let's get short here, and I can put my stop slightly up above here. So break down or get out. Again, that red line is my stop, or excuse me, that red line is my entry point. So I'm going to keep it very tight because my premise is if it goes down and fills me, I want it to be breaking down right then and there. I'll give it a little bit of wiggle room, but not a whole lot of wiggle room. I'm going to keep short leash here. But again, step one is it's got to get down to that red line. Because I think that if you don't show off, they will think you are a random man on them. There's nothing to offer. Yeah, you're probably barking up the right tree there, Michael J. I like that I only watch 2 or 3 futures and feels more stable and predictable than yeah. They're definitely more stable and a little bit more predictable than penny stocks, illiquid penny stocks, where somebody can show up with $10,000 and influence the market. Maskmar, thank you so much for giving time. Well, hey, you're welcome. I appreciate you watching. I got to rent some supercars and make a video. Yeah. Dang, Mask Kumar. I can't believe you deleted that. That was a nice comment. All right, I'm going to cancel that out. All these little wicks right here have me a little worried. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't trust it. I don't trust it now. Maybe I should keep trusting it. We'll see. But yes, Nadikon, I got involved in the markets in 2006. Whoop, that would have filled me right there, that move. Okay, I'm going to look to get back in now. Nah, that seems too much like a forced trade. New one, bro. Well, cool. Good to have you. I am new user. Well, great. It's great to have you. I don't know if you're new to the markets or just new to the live stream, but either way, great to have you. I hope you're ready if you're new to the markets to get punched in the face a lot. Comes with the territory. If you can't handle being punched in the face, let me be the first to tell you, day trading is not for you. If you have a problem with your teeth getting knocked out every now and then, let me be the first to tell you, day trading is not for you. How many futures trades do you make in a day? Oh, that depends on the day. Some days are better than others. Who punching who in the face? Well, sometimes you punch the market in the face. Other times the market gets out the baseball bat and punches you in the face. Although usually those days are because you're being undisciplined. All right, let's do this. If this wants to come back up here for a back test, I'm going to sell right there. Stop up here. There we go. All right, so looking to get short at that red line if it wants to come back up. Yeah, that's true, Phil. Yeah. The market, especially for us fellas, it has its certain spots where it doesn't mind kicking and clawing. I'm sorry, an ad played right as I asked that. It depends on the day. Some days are more active than others. So, yeah, it's a day-by-day basis. Yes, Mass, I know you are new. You're also on the verge of getting banned because are you a bot? That's the 3rd time you've typed that, and I've already addressed it. So, Mass Kumar, I'm starting to question if you're even a real person. We've had some pretty sophisticated bots show up. Your stops are too tight. No, it's not. Not based on what I mapped out, Babu. Or should I start to call you Baboon? Are you being a baboon right now? You don't look like you've been punched in the face. Hence the reason I follow you for. I know. I know I have a beautiful face. That's. You kind of state the obvious. Yes, snow is white. Grass is green. The sky is blue. I like some glue. Clay's got a beautiful face. No, Stefano, that's all fake. We had a jokester show up. We had a jokester show up. All right, well, it's looking like at this point, never mind. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order out. We'll see what happens, but as of now, she's a-drifting. How are you trading this, baboon? You got what's your trade plan right now, baboon? Hey, relax, Ardu. Let me guess, baboon. You got short right here, right? You got short right there? Is that what you're about to tell us? Yeah, I don't know, Fairchild. Please don't put those thoughts in my head right now. I'm not looking to get discouraged. I did wonder if I should just shut it down and start afresh, but I don't know if that's necessary now. I would hope YouTube can kind of sense that sort of stuff. Well, you're not going to put on a new trade, baboon? You just here to armchair quarterback stuff or what? Well, there was the back test. Sergio Clay, I know you're not a fan of breaking news, but how does the price of a stock go down after 750 million private placement for crypto and other stocks? Well, I don't know, Sergio. That's why I don't trade news. That exact reason. In fact, wasn't it yesterday that Tesla reported like really bad sales numbers in Europe or something? I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. If somebody wants to fact check me, by all means. But Tesla had bad news yesterday in Europe. And then let's look at Tesla chart. And it had a massive day yesterday. So that's why I don't trade news. Because, yeah, I would have thought, oh, wow, that's going to be bad for Tesla today. Whoop, that's not Tesla. That's TSL. Regardless. Boom. Just like that. So that's why I don't trade news. Because half the time I'm looking at news thinking, that's terrible. And then like I did with Tesla yesterday. And then Tesla's great. Then other times I'm saying, oh, man, that's really good news. And then all of a sudden the stock's going down. So I just use the chart, Sergio. Well, I know it's been ripping, but to Sergio's point, yesterday Tesla had like some bad news about their European sales or something. And then their stock just babooms. So yeah, I now if you're good, Sergio, if you can like look at a news and be like, oh, that news is going to cause this whatever to go up or down, and you have a super high win rate doing that, I mean, go for it. But that's not me. Well, Trader Revolution, you by all means go fact check it. I'm pretty sure that there is news about European sales yesterday being not so big or not so good. Agreed, Johnny. News is irrelevant. The price movement is king. Fundamentals move charts. Right, yeah. And then we, as traders, try to make money off the movement. But we're not trying to take the fundamentals and predict the movement. There's a difference there, baboon. You really are a baboon, aren't you? Well, yeah, you're trading news, but you're not predicting anything, Trader Revolution. That's what Sergio's trying to get across is how come I look at news and it's like I perceive it as good news and then things go down. So yes, you trade in the news in the sense of a news event happened and then you traded it. Yes, you traded the news in that sense, but that's not what Sergio or myself are talking about. All right, let me just get rid of that level. I suppose right now yeah, I'm just gonna move this line down here. I think that's gonna be an important area. Really, I think the 5-minute does the best job of just kind of illustrating what we're in right now. Just a whole lot of chop, chop, chop. Top of the chop, you have all sorts of congestion up here. And then bottom down here, yeah, you have this kind of 21,440 mark. Like I said, I'm still interested in that lower trend line, but yeah, just a lot of back and forth chop right now. Fundamental traders last longer in the game. Babu, what are you even talking about? I knew it. I should have just called it out. My ultrasound. So does that cost you money? Like, did you have to pay to do that? And I'll give you one more chance to give me those 3 numbers. Your entry point, your stop loss, and your target. I knew it was you. Your ego got bruised because you couldn't answer 3 questions. I have not been rude. I asked you about 10 times to the point where people are like, Clay, ignore this guy, ignore this guy, ignore this guy. So I wasn't rude. I gave you so many times, but you don't answer the question. You dodge. So are you gonna keep dodging the question or are you gonna answer? It seems though you have a very fragile ego though. So there was a culprit. I knew that was a culprit. I should have just called it out. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to give me the numbers. I made observations, but you are more than welcome to prove these observations wrong. I find it very peculiar that you talk a big game, but then when somebody asks for basic numbers, like surely your script, in order for your script or your algo to make money, it does have to have a buy point, right? It's got to have an entry point. Do I understand your script the right way? It's got to have an entry point, right? Like, I don't understand. How does your algorithm make money without dictating what point to buy at? Which is why it's mind-blowing that you won't give us that number. Yeah, I will screenshot that. Just in case YouTube wants to give me grief. I'll be like, well, here's the admission right here of the guy playing games. I will give you 3 minutes to apologize and beg. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and just ban that one too. See ya. Hey, Mark. I'll save that just in case I need it. Apparently, I just offended somebody that, I don't know, lives in their mom's basement or something. So I would assume now likes are going to continue to explode. Oh, we got some drama today. No, I don't have 21 likes. Somebody showed up yesterday, claimed that they had like 100% win rate strategy. So today I invited them back to prove it. I said, can you give me your entry point, your stop loss, and your target? They refused to do so after I asked them about 10 times. So I banned them, and then they're to their credit, they apparently know how to their way around coding or computers or whatever, because then they blew up the likes. And then they showed back up and like threatening me, you need to apologize and beg. And so another ban. So I would assume, okay, there we go. So now they're doing the viewers. Now they're doing a bot attack with the viewers. Which is fine. Because I'm pretty sure all that stuff requires money. So if they want to spend money to do that, okay. I can hide the viewer account. Oh, how do I hide the viewer account? Brand new, need to learn. Well, good, John. Well, first off, welcome here, and I'm glad you realize you got to learn. He might be, yeah, no, he is the 100% win rate guy. For Zace, did you miss the conversation up above where they showed back up and started to threaten, say, I need to apologize and this, that, and the other? Sideways chop continues. Fair enough, Johnny. But as long as, yeah, an entry and a stop loss are bare minimum for sure. Yeah, what it is what it is. I mean, I have very little doubt that YouTube can see what's going on. If anything, I would assume it's the person that's doing the bot attack that'll get busted. Because I know other live streams have had this happen to them, and they're still up and running. So I've been trading options the last 8 months, mostly covered calls and covered puts. Are there some option strategies that can be? No, Anthony, nope. So you're more so swing trading options, which is fine. This is we're day trading here though, and we're day trading futures. So those options that you're doing with the covered calls and covered puts, those are more so investing. That's in the category of investing, but here we are in the category of day trading. Good morning. What do you think about setting your stop loss to? Yeah, I don't know. Discover Spanish. I don't know. I know nothing about your personal risk tolerance. I know nothing about your goals. Don't know anything about you. So I have no idea. I'll say this though. I'm glad you're using a stop loss within the strategy. So that's the one observation I can say. I'm glad to see that there's a stop loss involved in there. That is a good step. The sideways chop continues. Kind of back and forth here, back and forth. Yesterday when I started the live stream, when I started it, there was like a huge old consolidation. And we eventually got some good action. So kind of that right now, just back and forth, waiting for the price to make some sort of direction. I mean, I don't even know what questions you're asking, but you're a member of the private community, right? Go ask in there. It's at times it's too hard to keep track in here because there's all sorts of stuff going on. What do I think about Bitcoin? Investing in Bitcoin? I mean, that's fine. I don't invest in it. I'd rather have tangible assets. I'd rather have things that have value, regardless of if you believe they have value. So to illustrate this, let's just pretend real quick that there's two people in the world. You have Bitcoin, and then I say, yeah, but I don't believe that Bitcoin has any value. Does your Bitcoin have any value anymore? It doesn't. It doesn't. Because the Bitcoin value is completely dependent on somebody else's belief that it has value. Whereas, let's say I have a piece of land, and the other person's like, well, I don't believe your piece of land has any value. Well, I mean, that's fine. You don't believe. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I can grow food on my land. I can have chickens. I can have fun on my land. I can grow crops on my land. I can build a house on my land. Like, your belief has zero bearing on the actual value of my land. But if I have Bitcoin, your belief is 100% in control of whether or not my Bitcoin has any belief. So I'm not a huge fan of Bitcoin, kind of for that reason. But I do, if you're looking to preserve some wealth, that's fine. You can get some Bitcoin and preserve wealth. It's kind of the same as precious metals. But for me, I like tangible things that regardless of your belief will still produce, that still have value. No, Bitcoin has zero intrinsic value. Like I said, I illustrate it by taking it to the extreme. If there's two people in the world and you have Bitcoin, but I don't believe that there's any value, your Bitcoin is quite literally, it's not going to buy you anything. Hey Clay, everyone, I hope you're, but again, I realize that, but generally speaking, hey, if you have some of your portfolio in Bitcoin, okay, that's cool. Now, if you're all in Bitcoin, I would disagree. Same with if you're all in land, it's like, well, I like to diversify. I have land, I have, a stock portfolio. So I believe in diversification. So if I just don't have any Bitcoin in it. So I don't have anything against it. I would only have something against it if the person is like all in. But yes, at this point in my life, I want passive income. So that's my other gripe. Although some people did explain that you can do like staking or something like that. So that's fair enough with Bitcoin. But I like things that pay passive income. And that's why I got, some farmland here in Iowa. Because I can go play on the land, but the farmer also who rents it from me pays me. So that's always nice. Because the thing with real estate is technically you never own it. Because you could have zero mortgage, but you still don't own it because there's these things called property taxes, and if you don't pay those, well, they're coming to get you. But if you can find, which has always been my goal, I want land where I truly do own it, because even if I do nothing, property taxes still get paid, and that's what farmland opened up. What's with the commercials? I don't know, Jaboni. There's always been commercials. Are you saying you're getting more than normal? I don't think Bitcoin has staking, but other altcoins like Ethereum still want to do. But the issue is devaluation through the minting of new. Yeah, and that's the other thing with, I understand, Bitcoin's only got 21 million coins, but that's for Bitcoin. What happens if a new crypto comes along that is better than Bitcoin? Well, then Bitcoin, see you later. See you later. So that's the other threat that I think oftentimes gets overlooked with Bitcoin is, yes, they are king of the mountain right now. You can't deny that. But there is still a threat. Like, just because there's only 21 million Bitcoin doesn't mean that a whole nother crypto couldn't come and knock them off the mountain. You're going to have to explain that. How did everything I said, how did you make that connection that you think I believe Bitcoin will fall to zero? Explain that to me. What exactly did I say? And I'm asking just out of pure curiosity. Because in my mind, I didn't say anything that I believe Bitcoin will fall to zero. So what did I say that led you to that conclusion? Yeah, exactly. I'll be the first to admit, I'm not sitting here being the most bullish person on Bitcoin, but what exactly did I say that led you to say, so you believe Bitcoin will fall to zero? All I'm saying is that is a threat to Bitcoin itself. Is people, well, there's only 21 million. Well, that's fine, but there's an infinite number of cryptos that could be created. And if another crypto catches fire and in a good way and gets really popular, well, then in theory, that'd be very damaging to Bitcoin. Yes, this is the problem when people are in cults. I realize, as I've already established, Bitcoin is the king of the mountain. All I'm saying is, in theory, there is a threat that another crypto could come along and knock Bitcoin off the king of the mountain. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't realize that, well, then, like I said, perhaps set down the cup of Kool-Aid and try to be objectively, objective. I'm not going to answer any more questions from you, Asalidin, until you explain how everything I said led you to the conclusion that I think Bitcoin's going to zero. Yeah, the Kool-Aid is pretty good. Well, we're at this key level. Should get this trend line. Been watching this one since basically the beginning of the live stream, so we'll see if that comes into play or not. Yeah, again, and like I said, I don't have anything against crypto. I would just say that the people that go all in a single coin, it's like, to me, that's very risky. Good job, Jack. Congratulations. Always exciting when people are passing their props. Now I'm wondering, is there going to be some sort of back test where it curls back up? What are your thoughts on the next entry? Yeah, I don't really know right now. Maybe thinking of a back test for a short. The simple fact is that one day it may be possible for Bitcoin to be hacked, and if that happens, it will fall to nearly zero in the blink of an eye. Oh yeah, I don't know enough to understand why that. Well, I guess I can kind of connect it, but hey man, any outlook for FOMC? Is FOMC today? Oh, no, I don't think so. I'll look in terms of what do I think the market's going to do. Oh, I have no idea. But it's just the minutes, so it'll kind of just be a crack. But yes, 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. I would expect things to get pretty jumpy. My eyes aren't so great. What stock? I'm not looking at stock. I think John, are you the guy that's new? Do I have you right? Are you the guy that's new to the market? Is that you, John? All right, we might. Okay, I'm short there. I'm up 9.99 from just scalping, so I couldn't type my. Oh, here we go. 2 days in a row. No trades from Printer Brothers. All right, that's a losing trade. Try to play the back test right there, but yeah, it just didn't roll over. If we can break 426, we should, in theory, run to 378. I appreciate you saying in theory and not that it will for sure happen. Okay, I don't know what you want to know my opinion on. Aslidin. Listen, man, if I start doing push-ups, you'll cry. You're like, oh man, I thought I did push-ups. Until I start just cranking them out. I don't want to make you cry. I'm not here to make grown men cry. Well, that orange line up there could be another area to get short. You can see here the last time it was up. Rejected. Didn't quite hit it, but rejected. Didn't quite hit it, but rejected. See if it comes back. If it comes up and then comes back down, I'll try it for a rejection. But I want to see a little green candle first. Oh, I'm just kidding, Printer Brothers. I'm just giving you a hard time. You don't have to, please don't take any extra time out of your day to send me a certificate. You don't have to prove anything. I'm just giving you a hard time. Time is a valuable commodity, so don't think that you need to do that. Again, I want to see the price come up green a little bit, and then I'm going to put a short order out there and try to capture it on the way back down, but it looks like I might have missed it as it's already coming back down now. If you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. I know the likes make it look like we have a ton, but I offended somebody earlier on, and I guess they know their way. They're on a computer, so they are wreaking havoc right now with likes and viewers. So, but yes, if you are enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Yeah, and how are you making money from it, Babu? Right, please don't start the general statement. Are you just some armchair general statement quarterback? Nasdaq about to dump. Yeah? Well, where are you getting short at then, Babu? And where's your stop loss? Let's start there. Where's your entry point and stop loss, Babu? Nasdaq about to dump. Okay, fine. Now tell us how you're going to convert that into actually making money. Where is your entry point going to be on the short side? And then where's your stop loss? We love you long time. Thanks, Zipper Lips. Why no Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin is garbage. Day trading wise. Day trading Bitcoin is garbage. Day trading Bitcoin, but to be fair, day trading stocks or day trading options or day trading Forex, they're also not so good compared to futures. Glad you're up today. Thanks, yeah. Come on, Babu. We're trying to make money from your ideas. I think Babu is just an armchair trader, backseat trader. I've never seen AMD track sideways like this. Please, Team Zipperlips, please don't tell me you're day trading AMD. Even if Bitcoin does have futures, as I was talking about earlier, why would you? It makes no sense to trade Bitcoin futures. You should trade the markets that are smoothest, that have the most volume, that move consistently. So that would be, the ES, that would be the NQ. How about no, again, day trading wise, I'm not a fan of crypto. This is a day trading live stream, and we day trade. What about why? Yeah, YM, I could see that. Not day trading. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear you are not day trading AMD. That would be very poor. I day trade AMC. Oh boy. Well, thoughts on GME. Okay, well, my thought is this. That's a very dangerous question, so you got yourself a homework assignment. Very, very dangerous question you just asked yourself, or you just asked. So I'm going to set, you got a homework assignment, Logan. Where is it? There we go. On how to properly network with other traders. Truly, and I'm not exaggerating, that's a very dangerous question you just asked. This will fill in all of that for you. I like to pay myself, Ahmed. I like to pay myself. If you want, but that's just my opinion. If you want to build buffer, then go for it. Build buffer. Well, no, it's FOMC meeting, or the minutes today. But yeah, there is an FOMC event at 2 o'clock Eastern. Hey, Mark, thanks. I made over 25K in the past 3 weeks. Just sharing some of the love, and thanks for your education. Hey, thanks, Mark. Crushing it. So out of curiosity, Mark, how much money have you had in? Like for all the prop firms, how much money have you had? Where'd Babu go? He said the market was going to dump. It just keeps going up. Babu, are you still here? Nice. So that's right there. That's the power of Pam's plant right there. Mark has spent about $1,500 on prop firm accounts, but yet he's yielded from that $1,500 $25,000 in the past 3 weeks. That is why, folks, we preach Pam's plan around here, which is what I would argue the best day trading strategy. You day trade futures through a prop firm, and the first part here is why day trading futures offers a lot. For most people, that should be what catches their eye. There's no pattern day trading rule. So for the people in stocks and options, I need that 25,000. Nope, you can get around that. Well, I can use cash rules, cash settlement. No, you still have cash settlement rules, still a problem. And then Pam's plant right here. That is the argument for the prop firm and all the benefits it brings you. And that's what Mark is talking about. He spent about $1,500 on prop firms, and then trading futures. Now he's been paid out $25,000. And Mark, I can vouch for him. He posts screenshots and such in our private community. But yes, I'll turn that into a quick plug. And he is a member of my mentorship program. And my mentorship program costs way less than $25,000. So good job, Mark. Congratulations, and thanks for sharing that. Very good job. Do you invest in anything or just trade? Yes, I invest in real estate. I invest in stocks. I invest in other things that I'm not sure if I'm, other things that do with the Second Amendment. Yeah, I invest. Oh, I invest. Yep. I guess I have, technically speaking, a little precious metal. Nothing massive, though. What would you recommend about RTX stock in the short term? Wait for a dip to 125? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know anything about RTX stock. I don't know. It'd just be a guess. I don't think you want me just giving you a guess. I do appreciate you, though, specifying a little bit. At least you're talking about the short term. As opposed to just saying, what do you think about RTX? Where is the best place to purchase land? Oh, I don't know. That depends on your goals. If you're looking to do an Airbnb, land someplace is going to be better than somewhere else. If you're just looking for passive cash flow from like crops, well then there's going to be a different, better place to buy land. Do you trade? I trade, yeah, just prop accounts now. Yeah, my private community has been telling me for literally years to get into futures. And then they're like, okay, now you definitely have to get into futures because there's this thing called prop firms. That was a couple of years ago. And then I was like, no, prop firms sound pretty sketchy. But then I observed members of the community do very well with them. They were getting paid. They weren't getting scammed. So I was like, okay, all right. And so yeah, back in November, I made the jump. And I'm still this is why I get upset at others. Because I'm not upset at them per se, but I see me in them. And the amount of time that I chose to day trade stocks and options when I had access to futures and then futures through a prop firm, it's like, oh, why did you spend so? It's just, yeah. Looks like resistance at the 561 mark. I think you mean support. I think, Robbie, but I'm not quite sure because given the price is above. Or wait, did you say? Oh, I'm sorry. You said 561. Well, 561. That's quite a bit of ways up here. Yo, yes, it is fake. Correct. Same with the likes. I offended somebody, so they're taking their wrath out on me right now. But yo, thanks for letting us know, Mon Chief. Is this what it's going to be now? We have a bunch of people like Monsif show up thinking like they're busting everybody. Yo, this is fake. Yes. That's a problem. People run, they don't get context, and then they show up and run their mouth. Not a good look, Monsif. Got a little bit of a bull pennant here. Will that break to the upside? We'll see what happens. I'm just making a point. It's not about you. Right. And my point is that this has already been discussed. So it's like somebody discussing, hey, don't eat the apple pie. It was made with rotten apples. And then you show up a couple minutes later like, hey, the apple pie's got rotten apples in it. Just making a point. It's like, yeah, we know. Jose, upside baby. Okay, Jose, so where are you buying and where's your stop at, Jose? Let's take this broad statement and let's make it practical for the rest of us. So where are you buying, Jose, and what's your stop at? We are at a very interesting level on the 5-minute, tapping on the VWAP, and now we have the 50 period right above. So even if it breaks the VWAP, it's getting a little sketchy. I was on the daily chart. Okay, well that's kind of the importance of stating the time frame you're looking at too. Oh, I stepped back, Rob. I stepped back. You actually did do that. Looks like daily resistance at 561 level on the daily. My apologies. You were right, Rob. Thank you. I've seen Jose in other live stream chats. Basically, oh, okay. So Jose is a confirmed just armchair broad statement trader, Arter? Is that what you were telling us? Good to know. Good to know. Hey guys, I hit negative drawdown on TPT value for 1 second and it didn't liquidate my account. Do you think TPT will disable my account at the end of the day if it didn't auto liquidate? Well, I don't know. There's only one way to find out. You said, do you think? Well, if they have not disabled it, I think probably not. Maybe you skated through, but that is what I think per your question. What do you think is going to happen to the chart now? I could see it getting rejected, but you better have a stop, that's for sure. Hoping we can bust through and stay above SPY 590. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, the internet. The internet is an interesting place. You too, you also have a nice afternoon, Monsif. Monsif. I was hoping that John guy who was new, he was asking me about something and then he just never replied back. Same with Babu. Babu said we were dumping and all it's been doing is going up. Babu, the buffoon. Buying 474. All right, looks like he's in. Tight stop. Well, regardless, Jose, yeah. I mean, the ultimate alert is give us an entry point and give us a stop loss minimum before the price gets to those levels. And that's the chef's kiss alert. The chart is going to move to the right. Come on, Erie Trader. That's a pretty gutsy call. Let's calm down, Erie Trader. That's a little bit too gutsy for around here. Shout out Joseph for giving the trade plan before it got to those levels. But Erie Trader getting a little gutsy. Everyone likes throwing darts with a flat position. Exactly. Yes, when you pay yourself, it affects your buffer. The more you leave in your account, the better the buffer. But the trailing drawdown stops once you hit your buffer. Jump in TSL till Friday. Hopefully up move. Well, Jay Green, welcome. I don't recognize your name. But around here, we try to preach a little bit more risk management than that. Other than just jumping in something and then hope. We like to preach a little bit more of risk management and stuff like that around here. But you know what? If that was your strategy, that you jumped in TSL and then you're just starting to, cross your fingers, it may work for you. But I'm not. With all due respect, I'm not quite sure that's going to be a sustainable strategy over the long term. No buffer in the live account. Took small win. If you're a profitable trader, why do you sell courses? Oh, Zero. Zero. Can I tell you a story, Zero? Let me know if you're still here. Zero, can I tell you a story? If you're a profitable trader, why do you sell courses? I have a story I'd love to tell you. Okay, Zero. So we have a couple of guys. We have Tom, and we have Sam the surgeon. Okay? So Sam the surgeon, he's profitable in life, right? He's profitable in life. He's a surgeon. And he goes and he studies wealthy people. And he's like, I noticed something about these wealthy people. There's one commonality. They all have many streams of income. They all have multiple streams of income. So I want to do that too. I want to build multiple streams of income for myself. So then Sam the surgeon goes and knocks on Tom's door. And Sam's like, hey, I'm starting a lawn care business. And can I mow your lawn? And Tom says, who do you think you are? If you're profitable doing surgery, why do you got to charge me to mow my lawn? Get out there and mow my lawn for free, Sam the surgeon. You're already profitable in your surgery practice. So why would you charge me to mow my lawn? Get out there and mow my lawn for free. Now, Zero, it would be my contention that one of those people is very, very self-entitled. Tom or Sam, who would you say, Zero, is a very self-entitled person? I'll open it up to other people if they want to answer that. What are your... Okay, are you gonna answer my question in my story? Zero? No. Yeah, no, it's a perfect antidote. That's your attitude, Zero. Hey, you already make money doing this. Come do this for me for free. Yeah, Chris, you're looking a little bit too much into the story there. You are. Somehow you're implying that me monetizing my time through courses is like making me bad. That's what you're implying. I should be giving away everything for free. Somehow I am bad because I sell a course. So yes, you are in turn expecting me to do this all for free, because if you're already a profitable trader, why do you got to sell stuff? It's a built-in implication that you expect it for free, Zero. So Zero, I would just submit to you that you might want to change your worldview, because in the story, you are Tom. No, 95% of people lose money with trading. You give people false hopes. That would be true, Zero, if I didn't constantly tell people trading was very hard and that most people fail. But I do. In fact, let me show you before I ban you why I'm going to ban you. Because the stuff that you are saying is so old. So why do most beginner traders fail? So there's the video I did on that. Why most stock traders fail. Let's see. Why day traders fail. Let's see. There is somewhere I actually give. So right here. Now, to be fair to you, you did say that 95% fail, and I only said that 90% fail. So I guess, okay, fine. Fine, we're 5% off. That wasn't quite good enough. Let's see. But yes, you're implying that I am giving false hopes because I apparently sit here and say that trading is easy and that most people succeed, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. You're not here to have a genuine conversation. You're just running your mouth, and you can't even admit. So 0 is gone. So again, I would challenge you. If you are under the crowd of, hey, if you're such a good trader, Clay, if you make so much money trading, Clay, why do you got to sell a class? Again, that's the equivalent of Sam the surgeon wanting to create multiple streams of income for themselves because they've studied wealthy people and they see that wealthy people create multiple streams of income for themselves. So then Sam knocks on Tom's door. Hey, man, I'm starting a lawn care business. Can I mow your lawn? And Tom says, but Sam, you make a ton of money with surgery. If you make so much money from doing surgery, why do you got to charge me to mow my lawn? Just go mow my lawn. Again, I would submit one of those people is quite entitled. Why aren't you giving money from YouTube through the view? I know. The steal money for zero's argument would be that if you focus your time into what is most profitable. Well, yeah. Selling courses is by far most profitable because it's scalable. Like I can literally be making money when I'm out playing with my kids because people buy a course. Like it does not require me to sit here. So yes. So really, with that, then I'm wasting my time ever trading. Like with that logic, then yeah, I should always be focused on courses and stuff like that. Because that is very, very, very solid passive income. Like I don't even need to be at my computer to make money. I don't need to do anything active to make money from that. So yes, that is per that argument, and then I should always, like I'm literally wasting my time then doing anything other than that. So yeah, Zaz, I think that's a pretty poor argument actually. I'm not quite sure that's the steelman of it. Oh yeah. That is a stream for sure. It's amazing how many people like they don't get context before they start running their mouth. Like Zaz here. Like what you say is I've talked about that so many times. I don't know. The internet, it's kind of weird. Like all I know is my kids are gonna crush life because I'm gonna teach my kids, hey, before you run your mouth about stuff, get a little insight, get a little context. Understand where you're at before you start running your mouth. So that's all I know is my kids are going to do very well in life because I'm going to train them with just some basic human skills. No, this is not a record. It's fake. I offended somebody, and apparently this person knows their way around the computer. So they hit us up with likes and then viewers. So, yes, my first big day of drama. And the crazy thing is I offended somebody because they made the claim they had 100 or near a very close to 100% like strategy. I said, okay, well, and they showed up to prove it. And I said, okay, well, give us these 3 numbers, entry point, stop loss, and target before it gets there. And they wouldn't do it. And I asked them about 10 times, and then people started to say, listen, Clay, just ignore this person. So I said, all right, that's probably true. So I said, okay, one last time or else I'm going to ban you because you're here to waste people's time. And then they still would not give me those numbers. So I was like, all right, see you later. And then they got very upset. Well, right now the VWAP is just there. Like if we had some dramatic music, the VWAP, that dotted yellow line, that is the resistance. Look at it, just continuing to press down the price. It actually started back over here too. So that yellow line. And also one final thing about why do I sell courses? That's irrelevant for this live stream. How so? Because as I've said, and I do apologize for repeating myself, the point of the live stream is I'm not trying to impress you that I'm a good trader. The core here is to tell people about Pam's plan. Like that is the core thing that I'm trying to do. And I've said that from day one. I think Pam's plan is a great idea, especially for those in the day trading world and especially for new people that think they've got to put up with, altcoins and penny stocks and low float stocks and options, all these things that are very inefficient because they just don't know about Pam's plan. So this is my ultimate goal. And the cool thing here is that I can concede everything. I'm a terrible trader. I don't make any money. I don't know what I'm doing. So, but what does that have to do with Pam's plan? The best you could do is say, okay, well, you're a terrible trader. That's giving a good idea. Okay, well, I'm glad I'm giving a good idea. Now, if you want to attack the idea and tell me how this is a scam or how this is bad, then okay, we'll talk the idea. But as far as this is concerned, I don't care what anybody thinks about me as a trader. I don't talk about my courses or mentorship unless somebody asks a bunch of questions or they just flat out, hey, do you sell a course? And then yeah, I'll link them to that. But my goal here is I'm not trying to impress anybody that I am a good trader. My goal here 100% is to give a good idea. And you know what's great about this good idea is if you choose to support the channel by using code CLAY, I make some money if you do so. To me, that sounds like a good, and plus this is fun. I enjoy hanging around with people, especially it's cool to meet people from around the world doing this. So I think it's pretty fun. I think it helps pass the time through the day. And it gives me an opportunity to share a good idea. And like I said, the best part is the good idea puts some money in my pocket too. And if that offends people, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're offended that I'm making money presenting a good idea. Now, again, if you want to attack the idea and tell me how it's not a good idea, then I'm open for that discussion. But so far, nobody has been able to tell me how this is a bad idea. People have attacked me, but it's like, okay, you're a scammer. Okay, so your position is a scammer is giving a good idea. You're a con man. Okay, so your position is a con man is giving a good idea. But those are all ad hominem fallacies. So that's, kind of that's where we're at. Is, I'm not here to impress you. If you think I'm a terrible trader, that's fine. That's fine. I'm here to talk about and to get people involved with Pam's plan. And we have our newest convert earlier. I don't know if Anthony is still here, but just yesterday, somebody that was wasting their time day trading ETFs and stocks tried Pam's plan. And literally the first message today was, futures are so much better, in all caps. It's like, there we go. And that's a good feeling to help somebody out. And then to know that they used my code, so I even made I made a few bucks in the process. So I helped somebody out to generate a thank you, and that thank you actually put some money in my pocket. That seems like a good gig to me. But yeah, some people that think that I'm supposed to, I guess, work for free, that rubs some people the wrong way. And if it does, sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I couldn't imagine opening my mouth with zero knowledge about the subject matter, but I'm 60 and we were, team Zipper Lips. I hear ya. Hey, Clay, been out in Vegas. Hey, good to see you, Chris. Couple of weeks, so haven't had time to pop in. Congrats on the success for your steering. Well, Chris, this is all fake today. I upset somebody that's apparently knows their way around computers. So yeah, the likes and the views are not real today. Hey, Clay, are you still using the RSI indicator at all? No, not a whole lot. Well, we finally got the breakout. We are now pushing up through that VWAP that I was just talking about. If this candle can close above it, and then if it pulls back, I am going to be interested in buying a pullback to the VWAP. But let's see how this candle here closes. We still got about 3 minutes before this candle is done moving. Are most people who join the private community successful trading afterwards? I have no idea. I have no idea what the statistics are. Yes, we have a lot of successful traders, but if you're looking for some sort of if you join, you'll have a 67.8% chance of finding success. I have no numbers like that for you. And here's a hint, nobody does. But yeah, Logan, just sign up for this. Totally free. I'll give it give a little bit more context. So check that out. Like I said, it is free. I plan on trying out your plan and just let you know you were the first trader ever started watching a long time ago. On stock. Oh, wow. Yeah, stock twits. Thanks, OG. Suave. The one and only thing that I worry about TPTs going out of business, I just don't see how they can make. Because here, Gary, here's the thing about their business model that answers that question. Because eventually, on Pro Plus, it's a live environment. So the money that you're being made and the money that they're paying you is coming from the market itself. So that's how, Gary, right there. For a profit account to keep people constantly in a simulated environment, that's where things in my mind get a little bit squirrely. But right here, Pro Plus is live. So that's kind of the business insight that makes me feel better that, all right, yeah, they can pay people knowing that that's coming from the actual market. Again, trying to see if this candle wants to close up above the yellow line, but right now it's coming back down, so not quite what I was looking for. But again, Gary, if you're that worried, then take Private Trader. After you get to your pro accounts, you can request money every single day if you want. So, I mean, if you think that they're about to go out of business at any moment, just keep, as you make the money, request it, and they'll pay it to you very quickly. Because that's the nice thing about Take Private Trader as a prop firm is they will pay you every day if you want. That's like one of their big things. I entered a quick scalp short. 2 seconds later, the breakout happened. Well, sounds like you escaped by the skin of your teeth. And this is exactly why I wanted to see how this candle formed, because right now, was this one big faulty breakout? We'll have to see. So the 5-minute is closed and basically finished right at that area. So now let's go back over the 2-minute here. So this is the 2-minute time frame we're looking at. You can see that number right there. All right, getting a bit of a pullback here. I'm interested in still potentially going long, but I want to see it come down a bit more. Maybe getting out around the 65 area, down around here. Is this thing making a cup and handle? Are you saying that's the cup and that's kind of the handle? I mean, maybe, yeah. Maybe you're kind of in the general vicinity of it. I wouldn't call you crazy. I was hoping for more of a pullback. Doesn't look like it's going to give it to me. Getting that VWAP, it's definitely just stuck right around this VWAP area. The VWAP on my chart right there, that dotted yellow line. There we go. A little bit more of a pullback here. Come on. Come on down a little bit more. Oh, you scared me. I saw the FOMC and thought, oh, wait, what time is it? We still got, what, hour and 15 minutes? Hour and 17 minutes before the minutes. Which I don't know if there's going to be that much of a movement or not. Could be a C and H. What is a C and H? Did you mean a S? Was that a typo? I don't know if I've heard of a C and H. I've heard of a head and shoulders, but a C and H, I'm not quite sure if I've heard of that one, Thomas. Oh, cup and handle. Maybe. Yeah, somebody else was just talking about a cup and handle. Gonna go long at that green line if it wants to come up.
Stop filled.
All right, I got 3 of the 5 that I wanted. So that's why my order is still out there for a couple.
Stop filled.
There we go. Full position size now. Try to take one off at that red line if this thing wants to bounce. Again, blue line is my entry. Whoa. All right, that was a losing trade. I don't want to hop totally out on the spike. I let it recover a little bit before hopping back out, but well, that one didn't work. Clay, have you ever used NinjaTrader? If so, is it better? Well, I don't know what your definition of better is. I don't know. I have used NinjaTrader. I like Trade-O-Vate, but that doesn't mean that it's not good for you, Jack. You kind of just got to experiment for you. I have no idea if it's better because your definition of better from a prop firm angle is going to be different than mine. Some people would say, oh man, NinjaTrader is so much better than Trade-O-Vate. Other people would say, no, Trade-O-Vate is way better than NinjaTrader. So I don't know, Jack. You kind of just give it a try. Give it a try and see what you think. Jack, I mean, I say this with all due respect, but like, you can check out the fees, my friend. Like, you can go to their websites and look at their commissions. Like, so I appreciate some of you think like I'm like a genius. Like, I know like the fees of everybody's broker and everybody's policies and this, that, and the other. Again, it's a very big compliment. I appreciate you thinking I'm apparently like very smart and just filled with all sorts of not like I appreciate you thinking like I'm somehow Chat GPT. I am not. I am a mere mortal. So thank you. That's quite the compliment. But some of that stuff you're just gonna have to go to the website and give it a gander. Jake West, are you trading? Yes, I'm definitely trading through a prop firm. Yep, Take Profit Trader is my prop firm of choice. Well, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Came down, stopped me out, and then whoosh, right back up. Clay GBT, yeah, exactly. Clay, for the guy who asked about NinjaTrader, they merged with Trade-O-Vate, so they're the same company. Oh, that I did forget about that. That's true, Jay. I mean, but their platforms are still going to be a little bit different. But yeah, a good point. Clay is good. Yeah. Yeah, some people, like I said, it's quite the compliment, but I'm here to tell you that I'm just, I know I'm a beautiful looking individual, but just because I'm beautiful does not mean I am the source of all information. Jake, my take on that is right there. That's my take. Knocking on the door again of the VWAP. Ah, you dirt. Well, you know what? Hey, if you've ever been here where you buy something, it snaps down and stops you out, and then it goes in your favor, hey, I've been here too. I've been there too, brother. I was talking about man, that's a blast from the past. And as it comes back down, let me just get that line. Do I try it again? One of these is, you would think would be a legitimate breakout through VWAP. But yeah, this action here, this is exactly why I am trading MNQ and why I'm trading smaller size. What's this trading platform? Well, that's a two-part question. I am trading a prop firm. So the way it works is this: two-part question. I'm using a prop firm. So the first stage would be, if you go to the link at the top of the screen, you would pick out your purchasing power. After you pick out the purchasing power you want, it would ask you what platform do you want to use. And then at that point of the checkout process, you would check Tradeovate. Now, the key thing here is that you do not need to go to Tradeovate site separately and create an account with them. The nice thing here is that the prop firm, Take Profit Trader, they'll create your Tradeovate account for you, so you get to skip over that headache step. And then they'll send you your login information to Tradeovate so that you can then just go to Tradeovate and log in directly with the information that Take Profit Trader has created for you. So that's why I say it's kind of a twofold question. What platform am I using? I'm using a prop firm, and then through that prop firm, the platform I'm using is Tradeovate. But anyways, the nice thing about futures is this part right here. They do move, and they can move very quickly. But within the futures world, you have a great ability to control. And when I say movement, I mean the P&L, because of the different types of futures that exist out there. So I like the NQ, but in times like this where it's kind of choppy, it's afternoon, about, 5 years ago, they invented the MNQ. So it's the same general chart. It's still the NQ, but with the micro, just losses aren't going to add up as quickly because it's, there's quote unquote less movement. Now that's the two-sided coin. Gains also aren't going to add up as quickly. But for environments like this, so right here, this was trading NQ earlier on in the day, and then this is my MNQ. I actually had that up to 128, but the past couple of trades, I think the past two trades just, didn't work out. Make sure you change your Tradeovate password that Take Profit Trader gives you. Roger that. Yeah, Donnie. So what are you day trading right now, Donnie? I assume you must be in the world of stocks or options if you're looking at Thinkorswim. I don't know. Am I crazy to want to buy this pullback again? Maybe. Whoops. Nope. I want 5, not 15. There we go. Okay, in. I can do my line in the sand right there. Stop. Yeah.
Order filled.
So there it is right there, about 55. Not looking so good. I'm watching it. Mental stop. Okay. Oh, man. What am I, 1 for 4 on the live stream today? Man, yesterday was like, or was it 2 days ago? It seems like I could do no wrong. What was it, a couple days ago? I was like, don't take this next trade. I'm on such a hot streak. I'm due for a loss. Now it's almost like, just take the next trade because I'm due for a win. This is ridiculous. Well, on the 5 minute, I was buying down into this congestion point. We had the hammer candle right there. So I was like, all right, let me buy this congestion. Try to get some sort of bounce back up, but nope, there was no bounce. Just straight down it went. So just a cash account, small personal account, trying a momentum strategy. Yeah, Donnie, what are you trading? Small personal account, momentum. So you're trading like options or something? What was your VWAP is just the default settings. I don't do anything to it. Tough 30 seconds. Yeah, that was tough. I really like that setup too. Again, based on the 5 minute, just trying to play this range. Had the hammer. I mean, look at so much congestion. The 200 period. But yeah, that was the candle where sometimes you'll buy the candle and it's a candle that doesn't bounce. You may have reason for it to bounce, but there are no guarantees. Okay, so I'm guessing, Donnie, you can't day trade because you have less than $25,000, and that's why you're using a cash account so that you can at least get around. Right? Am I barking up the right tree? You'd like to be able to day trade as much as you want, Donnie. Is that in your ideal world? You would like to be able to day trade as much as you want. Is that pretty accurate? Okay. And how much do you have? $105, Donnie? Because I can change your world. I can help you out. I can give you a way that you can day trade as much as you want every single day, not have to worry about cash settlement rules or the pattern day trading rule or anything like that. But you've got to have $105. Okay. Well, what we preach here is called Pam's Plant. And Pam's Plant is just an argument for day trading futures through a prop firm. And the main thing for you is with the futures, the pattern day trading rule, you know, that thing's being very annoying to you. Yeah, there is none. No pattern day trading rule. And then the other nice thing about it is with the prop firm, you need very, very low capital required. And also for you trading those micro cap stocks that are very risky, you have added risk control because you can protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? How is the low capital required? Very good questions. Thank you for asking. Because with the prop firm, you could come right here. Whoops. What happened here? There we go. I clicked something wrong. Oops. Oh boy. I hope Donnie's still here. But anyways, you could, for $105, you could come to the prop firm. So you could get yourself $25K worth of purchasing power for $105. And the way that works is you pass a test. So you prove that you can trade. You go from the test account into the pro account. And in the pro accounts, once you start making money, you can start to request that money and get paid. But the nice thing here is that risk control. Your entire risk the whole time would be $105. So if you go and do something really, really silly, what you're doing right now, trading those small cap stocks, I mean, you know how fast they move. That can be very, very damaging. But in this situation, yes, you would lose the account. You can always try again. You can always buy another account for $100. But your ultimate risk would just be $105. That's out of your pocket. But it sounds like the main driver for you, the main attraction would be the fact that there is zero pattern day trading rule. So you could literally buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell as much as you want every single day. Who is Donnie? The person right above your name. So that's, if you want to be a day trader and be able to day trade as much as you want every single day, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, you could literally start that today by choosing to day trade futures. And then highly recommend doing futures through a prop firm though, because futures, if you're wanting movement, which I'm assuming you are, given you're a day trader, futures move and oh boy, they can move, which is why the prop firm, very, very important. If there is no such thing as prop firms, I would definitely say, nope, stay away from futures because futures can eat your lunch in a hurry. But because of that prop firm angle, they allow you to have that good, solid risk control. Does that make sense, Donnie? The market is froze. Everyone's afraid to move any money until they... Market's froze. Oh, just metaphorically speaking. That sounds pretty awesome. So after you pass the evaluation, as long as you continue profitability, you pull payouts. Correct. Wow, Donnie, amazing. Yes, very good. You are a quick learner apparently. Exactly. Yep. How about fees? Very minimal. Like negligible. Like the fees don't matter, Thomas. Like given how much gains can add up in the world of futures, the fees are just like, yeah, who cares? I'm going to have to take you up on that soon. Why soon? Zipper Lips, what are you doing right now? Trying to see if this maybe is a short if it wants to come back down. But I got to be very careful right now. I'm a little irritated with that right there. So I got to be careful that I don't get myself stuck in some sort of chop fest here. Got to be careful of the chop fest. Thomas Harper, what site do you use for trading? Just mentioned this a few minutes ago, so I'm going to go through it very quickly. That's a twofold question. I am day trading futures through a prop firm. So step one, if you want to do what I'm doing, would be to use the link at the top of the page, Take Profit Trader. So step one would be you'd want to select the purchasing power that you want. And then after that, during the checkout phase, they'll say, okay, now what platform do you want to use? I select Tradeovate. And the key thing here is that you do not need to go to Tradeovate to set up a separate account. Take Profit Trader, the prop firm, does all that for you, and then they'll email you your login information, and then you can just log right into Tradeovate. So what am I using to trade? Again, twofold question. First, the prop firm, and then through the prop firm, Tradeovate platform. Yeah, Donnie, that's the nice thing about futures is they're basically open around the clock. So there's plenty of good times. And I don't know much about your strategy or anything like that. But I'm confident to say that you'll be able to find some sort of time frame out there that works for you. And if you want, Donnie, if you want to ensure you get the discounts and support the channel, code Clay makes it happen. So at the checkout, like I said, if you want to support the channel, code Clay. Chop Fest until... Babu, I was still waiting for you to give me your... I think Babu, I think they may be a bot. I don't know if Babu's actually a real person now that I think about it. Cool, Donnie. Well, happy to help you out. Get you out of that nonsense world of trading those $2 to $10 stocks. I promise you, you're going to be looking at futures and saying, wow, these things move a whole lot better. He is Babu, I'm still not, he might be a bot. There have been some relatively sophisticated bots that have shown up. He may be one. Because the account just says random things, and then when you ask, like, for more details, like, it just never responds. And I just say it because it very well may be it, just a bot. Not unknown, though. Unknown. But that's what I've noticed with that account. It'll just say stuff, and then you're like, okay, well, can you give a little bit more details? And then it just goes quiet. Okay, I lied. One more question. Yeah, I say this to everybody, myself included. Never tell somebody, hey, one more question, because odds are you don't have one more question. Or like, hey, final question. Don't ever say that. Just say, hey, another question. Because odds are it's probably not the last question. But I say that to myself. Okay, I lied. One more question. Is there leverage on those accounts for futures? Well, yeah, the leverage is all built in though. So for the 25K account, for example, they tell you of the very volatile contracts, you can get up to 3 of those. Of the less volatile contracts, you can get up to 30 of them. So that is the leverage right there. But you know that what you're going to get per purchasing power. So that's what 25K would actually get you. 3 of the very volatile contracts or 30 of the less volatile. I don't know how. Well, if you understand charts, which it sounds like you're already using charts, then you're 97% of the way there for futures. And then the other 3% is very straightforward. Like can be explained in, I don't know, 30 seconds. But yes, it sounds like you're already using charts, Donnie. So you're, like I said, you're 97% of the way there.
Sorry to bother you. I forgot I need to ask you to sign some things that I have to take with me. Those 2 lines. Hi, everybody.
I don't think they can see you.
No.
No.
I'm in the shadows.
You're in the shadows.
Where is even the whole chat thing?
Right there's the chat.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Is that it, just these 2?
Yep. Thank you. All right, have fun. Happy trading. Pam's plant.
That's right, Pam's plant. Another question. How do you pick which stocks you're buying into? Thomas, these are not stocks. These are futures. That's a very nice thing about futures is you don't have to ask that. That's a very good question in the world of stocks. Like there's so many stocks out there. How do I pick which one? Yeah, with futures, stop scanning. Save your time, save money because sometimes you have to pay for scanners. But yeah, with futures, you pick one thing because that one thing every single day gives you many opportunities. So Thomas, good question in the world of stocks. But we are not in the world of stocks. We are trading crypto. So that question is irrelevant. For anybody that, wants to get into it, I would encourage starting with MNQ. You could also consider MES, but my personal opinion, MNQ is where you would want to start. And then you just watch MNQ every single day. Hello, Josh. I'm pretty new at this. Who is Josh? Who is Josh? That was nice of you, Chris. At least one person said hello to my wife. One person. The rest of you are apparently savages. Has customer service a reason they've been... Yeah, they're getting better for sure. Yep. Yeah. They have definitely gotten better for sure. Especially in the payment regard. Their payments are back to being lightning fast. Hello, Josh. I'm pretty new at this. You suggest I start penny stocks before I head into $20 and $30 stocks. Well, again, I don't know if you're talking to me or not, Josh, but no. Run fast. Get away from penny stocks. If you want to be a day trader being defined as you're allowed to buy and sell something as many times as you want every single day, then futures are where you're going to want to go for that. And then you'd also want to do futures through a prop firm. Hey, I'm new here. So on Take Profit, it's just one charge. On live account, it's just one charge on live account. I'm not sure what you mean by that, smart money. What is a micro compared to... a micro is just a type of contract. So these ones right here, very, very volatile. But the MNQ just stands for micro. So it's just the micro version of that right there. So again, they're going to be the same charts, the same patterns, all that. But this one right here is just much more volatile. Oh, I see what you're asking, smart money. Yeah, thanks, Airy Trader. Okay, yeah. There is normally an activation fee, but if you use the code at the top there is no. That's part of the promotion. We are right at the top of this range. And then on the 2-minute, we have this 200 period. So, you know, do you get short here with the stop above there? Maybe. She closed above 475. Now the rip. Well, we'll see what happens. Why my VWAP is not... I don't know. You'd have to check the settings. Well, Zipper Lips, there's a big thing. There's a big difference between calling something and making money from something. So good job on the call, but would you have made money from it? Maybe. I know Apex trades. See, here's the thing. I know you have like your own little. Here's a little hint on how you like help people grow channels. If you hop into every single little technicality Apex trades, you're just going to overwhelm people. The fact, what I'm trying to convey is that the MNQ is just less volatile in the way that matters. So yes, if you're trying to help people, if you go down into every single nook and cranny of technicality, people are going to be like, wait, what? It's going to seem way harder than it actually is. So yes, technically speaking, down in the weeds that are irrelevant, that's incorrect. But for all practical purposes, if people want less volatility in terms of how they're seeing things fluctuate around, MNQ. So there's a little hint to somebody that's got a channel. There's a big difference between being absolutely technically correct on every little detail versus the practical implications. And the practical implications are MNQ is less volatile. Still wondering, is this a short? Because I could take a short, stop very tight. Yeah, you know what? I will do that. Given the stop is... So I want to get short at the red line. Green line is my stop. Very close to getting filled. And I am in. So let's see if this thing wants to reject back down or if this is the start of a whole new breakout. Okay, took out one. I'll bring that down a little bit more. This needs to go to 4 now up here because I now have 4 left. Come on. Come down just a little bit more and fill me. So I took off. I had 5 contracts. I took 1 off in the green, so this still could be a losing trade. It just won't be as bad because I lessened position size and took off a little bit in profit. And looking like it's not looking so hot, but we'll see if it wants to get rejected off of that pink line. And I am... Come on. Come back down. Whoa, that was some nasty slippage. Holy smokes. I think I just need to start to scalp. I keep trying to get all these to get them roll over, and because I don't know. I might be on like I might be 100% correct, or you know, at 100% win rate on my trades that had I just chosen a scalp. Oh no, come on. I did not mean I was absolutely correct. I was just hopeful it would fill the gap. No, that's fine, Zipperless. I'm just saying that it's one thing to make a call, but to make a call and actually be right, or to make a call and make money from the call, a little bit more difficult. It's not less volatile. It's the same contract, but in a small format. Right. What I'm saying, volatile, I'm saying the P&L. The P&L is less volatile. Again, for all practical purposes, the P&L is less volatile. And for a trader, that's kind of what we care about. If we look at our P&L and it's going, whoa, 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 we're going to be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. But if we look at our P&L and it's much more manageable, yes, that's more so what, that again, that's what I'm saying about the practical implications of what I mean. Some of you must be engineers. As a former engineer, I'm allowed to say that because engineers like to overcomplicate things, get way down into the weeds. Dang, I'm super late. Oh, well, letter D, you're missing out on some drama. I got somebody upset earlier, so they decided that they wanted to blow up the likes and then make viewers way big. So yes, we are under a bot attack because I upset somebody earlier. And then they came back, they threatened, hey, apologize, or, and I was like, okay, or you're going to blow up the views. And sure enough, that was the next thing. So yes, I am assuming people are children. Because when you're brand new and you don't know what you don't know, you're kind of like a child. Yeah, in engineering, there's something called foolproof it. Did you foolproof the process? Assume the person that is going to use your work procedure is a fool. Foolproof the process. But hey, you do your thing. Hey, if you think that that's going to be helpful to people, go for it. I'm going to be a regular on here listening to Clay. I accidentally called him Josh because I was in a No problem, Matthew. I was just a little confused. If there was a Josh you were talking to, I didn't want to necessarily interrupt your conversation. TA doesn't matter. Market structure and liquidity. CLRB, 100 million short sellers. That's like getting 20 time leverage for... Okay. Okay, if you don't think technical analysis matters, then more power to you. Whatever you use as your tool, I hope you're out there crushing it. But CLRB, I can tell you right now, is a very inefficient way to go about the markets. Oh, no. Okay. Somebody telling us how everything's worthless and they're stuck in a penny stock down here that has barely any volume. Well, to be fair, we're day traders here. We don't. So if we look at the 1 minute, like that's for us as day traders. That like, what are you supposed to? You just you just can't day trade that. So CLRB, if you're like a day or swing trader or investor, okay, maybe there's something there. But this channel here, we are doing day trading. So yeah, and that right there is an untradeable chart. Yeah, right now I'm just doing one account at a time, but I'll eventually, I'm sure I'll get to copy trading, but I'm in no rush. Penny stocks will rob you of all your hard-earned money. Yeah, penny stocks are definitely a challenge. There's no doubt about that. I mean, penny stocks are just definitely not for day trading because there's just, the liquidity problem, right? That's what we were just looking at. Like to go into, I'm going to be a day trader of penny stocks, and then you look at things like this. No, to be fair, there are penny stocks with more volume than this, but like, yeah. Do you want to trade something like this, or would you like to day trade something like this? That, not to mention, you can day trade as much as you want. Whereas penny stocks, you're not allowed to day trade unless you have the, $25,000 to avoid that pattern day trading rule and all that rigmarole. They keep buying Tesla. Yeah, Tesla is, just when you think it's down for the count, it comes back. Tesla is a stubborn bugger, that's for sure. But I've been getting my lunch. I mean, so right now on the 5-minute, like, why would you not go short right here? Seller showed up. Right here, seller showed up. So, I mean, why wouldn't the seller show up? But now, I mean, I have too much trauma right now. But if you're thinking, I don't know. I got plenty of wiggle room. Let's see. Does this want to come back down? If it does, I'll get short. My stop is over here. If you don't do extensive research, oh yeah. Reverse splits in penny stock world, that's just common. That just comes with the territory. Red line is my short. Do not take this trade unless you want to lose. I'm a massive losing streak right now. So that you should probably be doing the opposite. You should probably be buying.
Stop filled.
So hopefully people went long right there. Because I'm having one of those afternoons where literally everything I do, you should do the exact opposite. Wait, what time? Okay, we still got time before the meeting minutes. Got to get back down below that pink line, which might be a challenge here. Again, I am short, meaning I want to see prices come down. So that is known as going shorting or going short if you're a beginner. Come on. Hey, I just want to say thanks for pointing me to the TPT and Pam's plant. All right, I jumped in 5 accounts 3 weeks ago after finding your show. And awesome, Daniel. All right, Daniel, very quick question. What did you trade, and using my code, thank you, Daniel. What did you trade before futures? Out of curiosity, what were you day trading before you decided to give Pam's plant a try? This will be my last short. I'm sick. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Nothing wants to roll over. And if it does want to roll over, I've proven that I have no timing. And I'm out. All right. No more shorts. If I even start to talk about shorts, call me out in the chat. Be like, you lying scumbag. You told us that you weren't going to do any more shorts. Call me out, okay? Hold me accountable. No more shorts. I don't care how good the setup looks. No more. No mas. The most impactful factor futures have over options or pretty much any stock is momentum and movement. Yes, agreed. Can't find any stocks that move in reliability every day, every hour. Yes, well said, letter D. Dabbled in options a while back, but found out about futures. Okay, so Daniel, what do you think about futures compared to, what do you think about options compared to futures? Given that you now have this, because there's a lot of people that are maybe in your shoes. They're sitting there, hey, I day trade options. Or I day trade stocks. And as somebody that had dabbled in day trading options and now you're doing futures, what are your thoughts about futures compared to options? Full port long now. Thank me later. All right, Mikey. Okay, Mikey is getting... Okay, he's not quite filled at 85. It's got to come back down to him. All All right, come on. Come down and fill Mikey. All right, there. Mikey's in. Full port. Okay, his stop loss. I appreciate Mikey's giving that thing ahead of time. Uh-oh, 75. Uh-oh, Mikey. For me, definitely the lower barrier to entry. Yes. I don't want to speak for you, Daniel, but I would assume that you really enjoy the lack of theta also. Given the fact there's no theta, probably enjoy that quite a bit. Is that fair? And the complexity of options. Too much to keep up with. Yes. Implied volatility, gamma, delta, theta, and then, of course, theta. No, Demetrius, that is, I upset somebody earlier. So they came in, they did a bot attack on the likes and then the viewers. Although the viewers seem to be back down to what I would assume to be normal. So no, those are all fake numbers. All right, at least on the likes. The viewers, like I said, that seems like a reasonable number of what would be expected. Yeah, I really like the person too. They made some claims. I said, okay, cool. Just let us know where you're going to buy and where's your stop losses at. And they just wouldn't do it. Did seem like a nice individual, though. Was out at 480. Oh, so you moved so it was a 5 point, so a losing trade on that one. Gotcha. I was going to say you are non-stopping the stream tonight. No, that is true. That is true. If those are real likes, then I'd be live streaming here for the next 3 months. Clay, on chop days like this, would you consider it beneficial to use higher time? Yeah. I think I'm not going to say that's like the holy grail, Ed, but I would not call you crazy. If you're like, it's very choppy, I'm going to go up to higher time frames. I totally see where you're coming from. Yeah, they seem gone now, but I don't know. We'll see if the person comes back. And of course, so that just summarizes my day. I'm short, comes up there, pops, takes me out, and then rolls over. My day summarized, or I should more so say my live stream training summarized right there. The main advantage of call options, you can only lose what you put in. Yeah, I mean, but that's the same thing that can be used for Pam's plant. The only amount you can lose is the cost of the account, Thomas. So that doesn't really. I guess that, to be fair to you, you were just saying, yeah, just in general, the main advantage. Fair enough. But like I said, that doesn't really separate it from anything because the same is true for a prop firm. The max you can lose is just simply the cost of the account. That is your total risk. Stop loss on, no, I'm not going to let you, no. Loyal Wiz, I'm not going to go on it. I'm not going to bite on that. I'll be looking forward to joining you. Yeah, I'm very confident, Zipper Lips, you're going to enjoy futures. I know it was a joke. I know. But regardless, I'm not going to let that joke send me into my rant and raving about stop loss hunting. I mean, oh no, I started off with actually a really nice trade. And then after that, it was just been downhill. Just getting my lunch, just ate. Sometimes you'll show up and like the market is your fiddle and you just play the market. Other times you are the fiddle and the market plays you like a fiddle. I am passing 2 accounts today, trying hard not to trade and mess it up. Well, don't think about it, Demetrius. Just trade your way. Seems like a hammer candle at the 50. Trader, I'd say I'd agree. Now I am allowed to go long, right? Yes, I said I can't go short. If this wants to come back down, I will try a long here. I like the hammer. It's at the 50. It's at this orange line. We'll see what happens. LYFT, bull flag. Well, Matthew, just a little feedback. Nobody knows what time frame you're talking about. So That's kind of hard to really mean anything. Because, for example, if somebody's a day trader and you said that that's a bull flag's occurring on like the 2 minute, that could be very beneficial to them. But when you just show up saying bull flag, that means nothing to nobody. You got to give us a little bit more context. What time frame are you talking about? Yes, exactly, Michael. It's all the algo's fault. It's not my fault. Thank you for thanks, Apex. Yes, please, Apex and others, keep reminding me when it's getting close to 2 o'clock because I can see myself losing track of time. Sometimes on a day like this, I get up and go to the bathroom, Clay. I think it's time for a bath. Yeah, I know my bladder's holding up pretty good so far. All right, well, up it goes. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order out. Trump needs to give us bad news. All right, you sure? So James must be short right now. James looking for Trump for a bailout. Hey, Trump, can you say something bad? So again, the 5 minute is suggesting to me that the bulls are here. Look at this very nice recovery, the formation of this hammer candle. But we are also just looking at this candle, which had me feeling pretty bearish to just have the price go up. So is this thing about to roll back over? I don't know. I am getting chopped to pieces today, or this afternoon. Sleep and white noise. I just opened my first take profit 50K. Awesome, awesome. Did you use code Clay? Hopefully you use code Clay. Support the channel. Feed my kids. Use code Clay. Even if you didn't, though, that's awesome. That's awesome. I have some more questions for you if you're still here. Sleep and white noise. I am still interested in going along if it wants a pullback. Yeah, you did. Oh, thank you for using code Clay, but don't know why it's showing up with this name. Me neither. Rick says, all right, jumped into futures. All right, we got some new people here apparently in the world of futures. So sleep and white noise. My first question to you, have you made any trades yet? How many years have you been trading futures? I've been trading futures since November. Now, I've been trading charts, which is basically what futures are, for a long time. But really, I disagree with that premise of trading futures. It's just because futures are 97% charts. And then the other 3% is just understanding, how points are measured. Oh, that's you, Johnny? Yeah, I don't know why the name changed then. Have you made any futures trades yet, Johnny? And Rick. Okay, I'm not sure. He says, all right, jumped into futures. Have you made any futures trades yet, Rick? Or do you mean you literally just jumped into futures? Okay, I think we have confirmation that Babu is indeed a bot. Because if he's been here this whole time, I've answered that question about 4 times on this live stream. So I think Babu has been confirmed as a bot. Man, it's a nice long uptrend. I went short. A nice long uptrend? I'd have to disagree. To me, this looks like, I guess it's an uptrend in the sense of it's putting in higher lows, but would I call this like a nice uptrend? Maybe, to be fair to you, maybe. But my definition of a nice uptrend, I'm not quite sure I'd call that a nice uptrend. All right, cool, Rick. So you've already traded futures. So what did you trade before futures, Rick? There you go, Johnny. It is not nice. So, Rick, okay. So, Rick, my question to you is, you used to day trade options. You stumbled on the live stream. You heard about Pam's plant. You've now tried day trading futures. What are your thoughts on futures compared to options? Do we have another convert? Convert. I think they're the same thing. What are your thoughts? I am still thinking about getting long. Okay. I never like to use the word easier, but within the context of what you're saying, Rick, I get what you're saying. Yes. Yes, exactly. So thank you, Rick, for trusting Pam's plan. Thank you for being open-minded enough to say, this guy is saying I'm not being totally efficient day trading options. Let me try futures. And then Rick, this is way easier. Again, easier, but I understand what you're saying from. Yes, compared to, I get what you're saying. You're saying compared to all the nonsense you have to deal with day trading options, yes. So do we have any options day traders here? Is anybody curious on why I'm kind of bashing day trading options? Because I'd be happy to explain it to you. And this all comes from a mathematical standpoint. So I can mathematically illustrate why if you are day trading options, you are mathematically provable, working harder, not smarter. So do we have any options day traders? I'd be happy to explain that. It's very easy to explain mathematically on why day trading options, and again, emphasis being day trading options, makes no mathematical sense. Like you are literally working harder, not smarter. I'm in an option now. Yeah, Matthew, but I think you're doing more of swing trading. But if you are day trading options, I'd be happy to explain it. All right, we got a couple people at least. So here's why day trading options makes no sense. When you buy an option, the obvious way to make money is, well, it goes up. Okay, fair enough. You make money. The obvious way you lose money is if you buy something and then it goes down. Okay, fair enough. You lose money. But anything you buy, it could be a piece of real estate, it could be a car, it could be a Pokemon card, it could be a stock, it could be an option. But there's three things it can do. It can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. So in the world of options, the question becomes, well, what happens if it goes sideways? Now the rational person would say, okay, well, that's neutral. Doesn't go up, doesn't go down. So it is, whatever. But in options, you lose money because of something called theta. So think about it. Anything you buy in the world, three things can happen to it: up, down, or sideways. In the world of futures, in the world of options, two of those three things cause you to lose money. In other words, you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you buy an option when you're day trading. So if you're sitting here saying, but Clay, I make money day trading options, I'm so impressed. Very, very impressive on your part. My question to you would be, can you imagine how much more money you would have made if you never had to deal with theta? And what allows you to not have to deal with theta, so you're still trading contracts because that's what futures are. There's futures contracts, but there is no theta. So quite literally, if you are choosing to day trade options, when you have a choice to day trade something that does not have theta, I mean, like I said, you're working inefficiently. You are working harder than you actually need to. And that's what Rick meant earlier when he said, yeah, day trading futures is so much easier. And he means in the sense of, well, yeah, of course it's easier when you don't have to deal with theta. So for any of you day traders of options out there, that's the math. 67% chance to lose money. So don't do that. Please start working efficiently. And Pam's plant right here, this is an argument, not that you can't make money day trading other things. It is an argument of efficiency. And you are being very, very inefficient if you are choosing in the category to day trade options when you have something such as futures that, well, like I just showed, has no theta. So hopefully that helps. And like I said, Rick is the newest convert of Pam's plant. I appreciate people being open-minded enough to say, you know what? Because, it's never a pleasant thing for somebody to look at you and be like, what you're doing is kind of inefficient. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. To not get offended, be like, oh, yeah, well. But hey, to Rick's credit, he's like, okay, I hear you out. Let me give it a try. And now Rick is sitting here saying, oh yeah, it is easier. Again, Rick or myself, we're not saying that it's easy to make money in futures, but what Rick and myself were saying is given that there's no theta, well, by definition, then it's easier because, well, you don't have to worry about theta. So thank you, Rick, for being open-minded enough. Trader, what does that have to do with anything? Trader, why would you be asking any questions about day trading options after I just went through that math? Why? Please explain that to me. Hey, Clay, I'm a beginner. Do you know the difference between CQG and Rhythmic? The platform that I use is here. So I don't use any of those ones. I just use the CQG data feed through Tradovate. Yeah, they're just different. They're just different data feeds. Well, no kidding, they're different data feeds. What do you want me to tell you? How are they different? Well, this one's Rhythmic. This one's CQG. So yeah, they're different data feeds, but that is the one that I'm using. I do swing and oh my, zipper lips. Zipper lips is like, I want to work as inefficiently as possible. Some people are like, I trade 0 DT options. It's like that. Yeah, that's theta on steroids. Like you have to be so precise, like insane. Zipper lips. Thank you, Babu. Somebody else offered me a reminder. Thank you, Zipper lips. I appreciate it. Yes, Johnny. Yeah, check out that video. That'll help you out there. Sir Christopher. Hey, Clay, I'm a beginner. Do you know the difference between... Oh, yeah. I would say you're kind of getting down to the details of... I'm not going to say it has zero, it has zero value. There's zero reason to do it. I'm not saying that. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter at all, but as far as I'm aware, for all practical purposes, yeah, who cares? Good afternoon. I blew the account twice and just got it yesterday. Well, you know what, Madgely? I'm glad that you're in a prop firm space because you lost thousands of dollars, but because it was a prop firm, you're only out a few hundred. So hopefully you learned. Did you learn some lessons, Madgely? Are you learning? And yes, I did use your code. Thank you, Johnny. Matthew, what? Well, that really stinks. I'm too new to do futures. I have quite a bit of money in my account. Well, what do you trade right now, Matthew? I think you may be operating under a false pretense, which is totally understandable. But what do you trade right now, Matthew? Well, I don't understand how I lost it. Well, what account was it? What purchasing power was it, Madgely? I can explain it to you real quick. $50K. Well, at some point, your P&L went below that number. It doesn't have to be your closed either. Like if you hold in hope, which is a bad habit, but if you hold in hope and your unrealized goes more than that, game over. So that is what happened. At some point during the course of the day, that number of your P&L, your open P&L dropped below that level right there. They said it broke during trade. Again, Matthew, only hold a day or so. You're in another category. Pam's plant, this is an argument for day trading. That's why I really try to emphasize when I'm bashing options, I'm just trying to bash them in the day trading category. Because if you're swing trading options, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. If you're using options in your investment accounts with covered calls and cash secured puts, a bunch of cool stuff you can do with options. But in the category of day trading, yeah, options, as I've just demonstrated, make no sense. They said it broke during a trade. Yeah, I don't know what that means, Madgely. You might have to reach out to TradeOvate or whoever they is. I'd reach out to them. Jaboni, I want a watermelon. Watermelon's pretty good. Pretty good. Nike plan. Okay, so Matthew, you trade stocks right now. What do you use as your decision-making tool? So are you using charts? Like are you using candlesticks and all that sort of stuff to make your decisions about those stocks, Matthew? All right, we're pulling back now. But like I said, I'm not shorting anymore. Isn't that funny, though, how the human mind works? I'm not shorting anymore, and that was the moment where now it's starting to drift downwards. Isn't that hilarious? I did get big into nuclear, and that seems... Okay, Matthew, but what I'm asking is, right now you're trading stocks. What is the tool you're using to make your decisions about stocks? Is it technical charts? Is that the main tool that you're using? Yes. Okay, cool. So you are now 97% of the way there to trading futures. The only difference for you is instead of using charts to make decisions about stocks, you will now be using charts to make the decisions about futures. So 97% of the way there. But let me give you the other 3%. So because futures, we got to do this final 3%. So here we go, Matthew. From this distance up to this distance is a change of 10. Now 10 what? In futures, things are measured in points. So that is 10 points. Now, just for sake of this, let's say you're trading the NQ. 1 point on the NQ equals $20. And this is just per contract. So let's say you had one contract. So let's say you bought right there, you sold right there. So in trade or in futures jargon, you made 10 points. Now, my question to you, Matthew, and anybody else that is maybe intimidated with well, I don't want to have to learn how to do futures. That futures is so new. No, again, if you already use charts, you're 97% of the way there. So for all of you that are now trying to learn this final 3%, my question to you is this. So Matthew, this was a 10-point move. 1 point is worth $20. How much would you have made, Matthew? Again, that moved 10 points. That distance right here is 10 points. And 1 point is worth $20. So how much was that movement worth if you had the one contract? If 1 point is worth $20 and that movement was 10 points, what would that be? What is that worth? Clay, do I need to pay Access Trading View data even choosing Tradeovate? I don't think so, Rainan. I don't know. I've never used TradingView through the prop firm. Uh-oh, I'm scared about Matthew. Where did you go? There you go, Matthew. $200 exactly. Now the final question. That's all per contract. Let's just say that you had bought 5 contracts. What would that distance be worth? Again, so now in our hypothetical math problem, you had 5 contracts. Now how much did you make? Again, question to everybody. If you're somebody that's intimidated by futures, I want to illustrate. No, Matthew, listen. The $200, that's per contract. And then I just said you have 5 contracts. So how much did you make? If per contract, because of these numbers, it's $200. But now let's just say you have 5 contracts. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Michael, for stepping up to offering to help. Who did ask that? Renan, ask him Michael right there. Good Thomas, good Matthew. Again, if one contract, all this is for just one contract. 1 point equals $20. It moved 10 points. Is $200. That's per contract. But now let's say you had 5. There you go, Matthew. Now you're there. You now understand how to trade futures. You understand how they move via the point system. And because you already use charts, that'll now be your decision-making process. So like I said, instead of you making decisions with a chart to trade stocks, you're now using charts to make decisions on how you want to trade futures. So there you go. Do not fall into I day trade options and I can see the value here, but I don't want to have to learn all about how to trade futures. No. Assuming you use charts. Now, if you know nothing about charts, then yeah, you got to first learn how to use charts. But if you're already using charts, you already use them, hey, like I said, 97% of the way there. Another newbie question, is level 2 data a must in trading futures? A must is a strong word, so based off that strong word, I would say no. I do not use level 2s. Again, Renan, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but Michael was kind enough in the chat room to step up and say, hey, I use TradingView, and he said that he's willing to help. So just as an FYI there. All right, we have the Fed meeting or the Fed minutes in 13 minutes. 13 minutes, and then things will get a little jiggly. Things will get jiggly. Things will get jiggly. Yeah, some people like this over here. This is called the DOM, D-O-M, depth of the market. I don't use it. That doesn't mean that it's worthless. Or to be totally fair, maybe I'm the biggest moron in the world for not using the DOM. But I like to just use the buttons over here. to buy and sell, or you can, what's nice about TradeOvate, you can just click on the chart. You can put in your orders. So like I said, if I wanted to set up a trade plan here where I want to buy, I could do buy, and then I could put my stop right there, and there we go. That fast, I have a trading plan in. I have my entry point, and I have my stop loss. And if you want to, cancel it all out, that gray button right there. How do you calculate how much each contract's margin is? I don't do any of that. Good question, Sarmal Hunt, because with the prop firm, they just tell you what you can get. So for the 25K purchasing power of the very volatile contracts, you can get up to 3 of those. Of the less volatile, you can get up to 30. So, how the margin breaks down, irrelevant, because it's just flat out telling you. Or if you go with the 100K purchasing power, it's telling you that for the 100K purchasing power, you can get up to 12 of the very volatile contracts or 120 of the less volatile. So that sort of stuff, when you're using a prop firm, is irrelevant, just because right up front what's the limit of what you can get for each purchasing power. Hopefully the Fed send us to the moon. Well, I mean, it's nothing new. It's just going to be a recap of what the meeting was from whenever that last one was. It's just the minutes. So technically speaking, it's not going to be any really new data. This is just the minutes. Is it a good idea to have daily or weekly percent profit goals? I believe it is not. Which is always an interesting discussion, because here's why I don't like profit goals. So let's say the goal is let's just call it $500. And you're at 492 for the day. So technically speaking, you failed, right? You didn't hit your goal. Am I right? You didn't hit the goal? You're at 492, the goal was 500. You didn't hit the goal, therefore you failed. What are people's thoughts on that statement? Your goal is 500, you hit 492, so therefore you failed. So in other words, do you keep trading? You got to make enough so you can make that $8? Because, I mean, technically speaking, you failed. You did not hit your goal. Again, what are people's thoughts? You did not hit the goal. Okay, there we go. Close enough. Fair enough, Brooks Trump. Fair enough. Okay, in your situation, Brooks, how do you define close enough? Like, what is close enough? So anybody, I was looking for somebody to say, well, it's close enough, I'd be happy. Totally fair. My question to you is, okay, well, how are you defining when something is close enough? Anybody have on, and maybe some of you do this with like a price, like, how do you define close enough? I promise, I will reach a point of illustrating exactly why I am anti-goals. Daily goals, weekly goals, all that stuff. Okay, error margin for 5 to 10%. Cool, fair enough, no problem at all. So Golden Trades Academy says, let's just say 10% so I can do the math. So 10% is $50. So in the Golden Trades Academy, as long as they're at $450, that is quote-unquote close enough because it's within 10% of the 500. Okay, fair enough. So my question to you, Golden Trades Academy, you're at 448. You have officially failed. So are you going to go make another trade so you can make that $2? Golden Trades Academy, you're at 448. You're close enough is at 450, but you're only at 448. You failed. You failed. You better go find another trade and make that $2. You failed. 448. You're not even close enough. What are you going to do there? Do you see what I'm getting at? You see what I'm getting at, Golden Trades Academy? I understand you could give a goal And then you could say, okay, well, my close enough number is going to be this. Well, then you have problems like this, where you're just shy of your close enough number, and then you got to make the decision, okay, well, I guess I'm failing. I guess I got to go make another trade for $2. Better question is, do you close trade up when you hit your goal and give up it? Yeah, that's not Curtis, valid point. So that's just what I'm saying. That's why Golden Trades Academy. That's why I'm not for profit goals for me. Play too many games. Now I do have the general saying, hey, $500 a day keeps the day job away. But that doesn't mean that like I have to make 500. That's just an attitude of, hey, kind of be grateful for what you have, because it doesn't take a whole lot to make some quality money. But that is just something that you'll need to consider, and why I am anti it. Why I'm anti the whole profit targets and goals and all that sort of stuff. We are just waiting 6 minutes from the Fed minute, so I'm not going to be hopping in any trade because I don't think the spikiness is going to last for too long, but it will get pretty jiggly. Dude, we risk it all for $2. I think more in percents. Yeah, I saw it, Brooks. You're trading zero. Were you here for why day trading options makes no sense, Brooks Trump? You seem like a math guy. It's very easily provable, and why you're doing is like the epitome of working harder, not smarter. Oh, you weren't here for that? So, okay, then why? Why are you day trading options when you have a 67% chance of losing every single time you take a trade? Why are you doing that as a math teacher? Surely you understand that every time you buy an option, you have a 67% chance to lose money. Now, again, I'm not saying you don't make money. In fact, if you make money, that's super impressive. But you are still working inefficiently. Again, mathematically provable. No. Okay, here we go. Very quickly. Brooks, when you buy an option, if it goes up, you know you make money. If it goes down, you know that you lose money. If it goes sideways, you know that you also lose money because of theta. So literally of the three things that is possible whenever you buy anything, up, down, or sideways, within the world of options, 2 of the 3 cause you to lose money, which means you have a 67% chance of losing money. Now, it sounds like you make money, which is super impressive. My question to you would be like, can you imagine how much more money you'd be making if you didn't have to deal with theta? And that's where futures come into play. Because futures, you are trading contracts, except these contracts do not have theta. So that is why it is an argument of efficiency. You are working harder, not smarter. So again, well done to you that you seemingly are making money day trading options. But that's where I would just challenge you and throw out this suggestion. Imagine how much more money you would have made if you didn't have to deal with theta, which is what futures opens the door to do. So just something to chew on. Can you trade every futures contract? Yeah, I mean, there's several futures out there. You could trade orange juice. You could trade coffee beans. You could trade oil. You could trade deodorant. That's a lie, or at least I think it's a lie. But I just tell people to trade the indices because that's where the majority of volume and the smoothness is. For futures, how do you manage leverage risk? Well, that is where Pam's plant comes into play. Do it through a prop firm. And that way with a prop firm, your risk, your only true risk is just the cost of the account. So if you were to go 25K of purchasing power, your true risk is only $105. So we had I don't know if Mark's still in here, but we had a member earlier, a member of my private community, a student of my mentorship. But he spent $1,500 on prop firm accounts, so that was his risk, $1,500. But within the last 3 weeks, he's gotten $25,000 paid out to him. So options do help with psychology. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Matthew. Do they cap your loss? No. Well, yes. They cap your loss in the sense of, like, so for example, if you do the 100K, if you go and lose more than 3,000, your account's gone. Now, that doesn't mean that you lost 3,000. It just means you lost the cost of the account, which was 231. So yes, they do cap the loss. You can't go out there and behave like a degenerate. They want you to manage risk. They demand that you manage risk. Which prop firms do I recommend? I recommend For beginners, definitely, well, for all prop firm traders, take profit trader. Good eye, Brooks? No. So Brooks is an eye for business. So Brooks said, hey, wait, how is that? How is this a viable business model? I only give them 231, but they're going to let me lose 3,000 of their money? No. During the test phase where you're proving yourself, this is all happening within a simulator. So after you pass the test, prove that you can trade, they move you from the test into the pro, and then these are the accounts where when you start to make money, you get to keep money. But, no, you are not actually losing 3,000. Same is true here. I've had some people complain, wait a second. So in order to pass the test, you got to make 6,000. So you're going to make them $6,000, and then all they give you is your pro account. That's all you get is the pro account. And it's like, well, no, because there wasn't actually $6,000 made either, because that's all happening in a simulated environment. But yes, which prop firm do I recommend? I recommend Take Profit Trader, which is the link at the top. They have the clean set of rules. They have a great payment policy, request money as often as you want and any amount that you want. So with Take Profit Trader, you can, once you get to the pro account, you can literally start to request payments from day one and request money every single day. Thanks, Brooks. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate your lack of ego and being open to hear what I had to say. Sometimes people get a little edgy, but you did not. So shout out to you and your ability to have an adult-like productive conversation. If you buy a 25K pro, no, you can't buy a 25K pro account. You start off in a test account. But yes, once you move from the test account into the pro, in the pro, you get to keep 80% of what you make. And then pro plus, you get to keep 90% of what you keep. But no, you can, with Take Profit Trader, you cannot buy a pro account. You've got to start in the test account. Can you talk about your criteria to stop trading for the day? Yeah, usually, you eventually develop kind of just the feel like I should totally not be trading anymore, because I clearly do not have it, just because it seems like everything I do, the market does the exact opposite. But yeah, well, with the prop firm, which is always nice because they'll make you be done, because they'll say, hey, you're done for the day for sure. If on, for example, the 50K account, like you're done for the day if you lose 2,000 because you've blown the account. You're done. Now you can always purchase another account for $100. But yeah, it'll be different. Some people, like, if I lose 3 in a row, I'm done for the day. Other people will set a daily max loss. Hey, if I lose 1,000, I'm done for the day. Whoa, it's 2:00. Wow, that was very anticlimactic. It is 2:00. The minutes just came out. Surely it's gonna come on. No, there's gonna be a spike. Look at this volume. There's like nothing. Now, not totally shocking just because it is just the minutes. So there's no new announcement being made. There's no speeches. It's just simply the minutes are being available. So this is not like the normal situation where Powell tells what they're going to do with the interest rates. This is just the minutes. But I will say I'd expected a little bit more than this. Matthew, stop. Stop and listen to what I'm saying here. Do not, I repeat, as somebody in your position that's new, do not go and trade futures with Schwab. Why? Because if you are trading futures with Schwab, that's with your money. Don't trade futures with your money. Because futures move and they can move very quickly. The argument here, the strategy here is Pam's plant. What you are proposing is just to do PAMs. I'm just going to go trade futures. That's not it. PAM's plant. Use the prop firm. Because with the prop firm, you have the added risk. Oh, this scares me when people do this. When they're not listening. Matthew, listen. The added risk control gives you and allows you to protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Because the money that you actually have on the line is $119 because that's the cost of the account. So you have two choices right now. You could go, Matthew, and you could use Schwab, and then you could go and have like a really bad trade. And let's say the bad trade for your Schwab is $2,000. Well, with Schwab, that's $2,000 of your money gone. With the prop firm world, if you lose $2,000, sure, they're going to take the account away from you. You can always get it back, but they will take it away from you. But did you actually lose $2,000? No, you only lost the cost of the account, which would have been $119. So please, Matthew, listen, Matthew. Alert to Matthew. Yes, day trading futures is awesome, but do not just day trade futures. It's got to be futures through the prop firm, okay? because futures will eat your lunch in a hurry because they can move. Can you confirm that you've heard this, Matthew? You are scaring me. The argument, the strategy is not Pam's. It's Pam's plant. Plant is vitally, vitally important. But yes, overall, very, very anticlimactic. Matthew, please confirm that you just heard the rest, because that is very important. I'm scared for Matthew right now. He's gonna go put $2,000 in a Schwab account, and it's gonna be gone by tomorrow at 9 a.m. He's like, oh wow, yeah, they weren't lying. Futures, they move. They can move quickly. Like I said, people are like, well, I like to trade low floats, or I like to trade small caps, or I like to trade altcoins. Those things really explode. It's like, no, you think those things move quick? Step into my office. Step into the futures world. Yes, thank you, Matthew. Through the prop firm. Tradeovate just went all white. This is Tradeovate, not all white here, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe, well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe try logging out, but I suppose if it's all white, maybe just try to close down the windows. But I will say, such a clown fiesta for me today. Like, I want to go short here, but the rule, I said no more shorting. I'm not going short. Thanks, Matthew. And again, if you want to support the channel and get the promotion, use code Clay. That'll give you the 30% off and then the $0 activation fee. So, like I said, if you want to support the live stream, support the channel, code Clay helps out, gives you the discount, and I get a little piece of the pie. If that rubs you the wrong way, if you're like, you're a scumbag, Clay, I don't want you making a dime, then okay, don't use code Clay. See, now that I won't go short here, I think everybody should probably get short, because my guess is this thing is getting ready to roll over hard, because I am saying I cannot get short. I will not get short. So this thing's probably getting ready to just absolutely collapse right before our very eyes. But I have too many accountability partners right now. I said it publicly that if I say I start talking about wanting to go short. All right, Loyal Wiz went short. Good, thank you. I'll trade vicariously for you. I'm assuming your stop is right up here. You're good, Loyal Wiz. This thing is going to crater because I'm not going short, so it's cratering. It's getting ready to head down the toilet. What does your children want to do when they grow up? I don't know. My oldest is only 13. She used to want to work at the American Girl store, but she's kind of now over American Girls. But yeah, they're kind of always jumping around. Like I told you, it's going down. Good job, Loyal Wiz. But yeah, they're always changing what they want to do. I don't like. Not sure what it exactly mean by that. Good job, Loyal Wiz. Good job on the trade. Nice profitable trade on the short side. That's usually how the cookie crumbles. You draw the line in your sand, I'm not going short or I'm not going long, and then you're like, nope, I'm not doing it, and then it's like, yep, I would have made money. So if you've ever been in the spot that I'm in right now, you're not alone. Happens to everybody. Happens to everybody. But again, a little shocked that there wasn't at least a little bit more jiggliness. Not that I was expecting a huge amount compared to the normal Fed, but even this was a little anticlimactic. Done for the day. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Relax or Do. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see if it wants to. I really want to go along there. 491. We'll see how this candle forms. Yeah. Quite the 5-minute right now. No doubt about that. Price came all the way down here and then back up it went. Yeah, and this candle is going to be done closing in about less than a minute. So is there a long here? The buyer stepped up in a pretty big way. Wiz, what trading style do you use? He just does the opposite of what I do. Like I said, I'm not going short, so he went short and he banked. If I say I'm scalping, he holds. If I say I'm holding, he scalps. Exactly. Yeah, 50% are opposite, exactly. I'm going to go long at that green line. See if we can get some push through. Okay, I'm in. On the long side. There we go. Take that scalp. Take that. That was a. There we go. About time I got the monkey off my back. So now that I scalp this thing, will probably just run to the moon. But want to take a bit off from there. There we go. About time. About time, brothers. Went long, finally started to make some money. There we go. I did not want to overstay my welcome, especially on such a snappy day like this, but I'm happy with it. I do not remember what this number was before I took that trade, but that number is now less red, which is always a good thing. Uh-oh. Loyal Wiz is overstaying the welcome. All right. Careful. Careful it doesn't all of a sudden just plunge against you. Are you in, Thomas? Where'd you get in at, Thomas? Wait, you don't even trade futures, right? Yeah, because I think, yeah, you were asking about futures. Never mind, Thomas. Or do I have you confused with somebody else? I don't remember. Come on, Thomas, what are you doing? Why aren't you trading futures? What's your excuse? This is the volume. This right here is called the volume profile. Uh-oh. Loyal Wiz wanted the 500 break. Uh-oh. I'm assuming a stop loss. Mental trade. Oh, here we go, Thomas. Mental trades. All right. Why aren't you trading futures yet? I recognize your name. You've heard of Pam's Plant. You should be in futures by now. Scalping is so nerve-wracking. Then you're doing it wrong, Matthew. You're doing it wrong. If anything you do in trading is quote-unquote nerve-wracking, something is wrong. My guess would be your position size is too much. That'd be my initial guess. And Matthew, people like you are so confusing. Like, scalping is so nerve-wracking, yet this guy will hold options overnight. To me, that is nerve-wracking when you lose total control, because who knows what happens after the closing bell. So for somebody that is willing to hold options overnight, to call scalping nerve-wracking, it's just funny. Like, I don't know. In my mind, I can't quite connect those dots. Listen, brother, I'm gonna hold these super risky things known as options overnight. But day trading and scalping, no, that's really nerve-wracking. Jake, yeah, no way I could, yeah. I mean, I've held overnight, but I need my beauty sleep. It's not easy being this beautiful. I need my sleep. I may look to buy down around here. Try to buy the pullback here. We'll see if it wants to pull back a little bit more. But I'm not gonna rush into anything buying wise. But with futures, there could be an overnight gap. Yeah, but come on, Thomas, come on, man. Yes, but with the prop firm, they don't let you hold overnight. That's why Pam's plant is an argument for day trading. Thomas, are you just trying to drive me insane? Is that your goal here, Thomas? Again, with the prop firms, one of their rules are you may not hold overnight because it's for day traders. Teams, JJ, I'll talk to you all soon. I traded on. Nice job, Team Zipperlips. Zipperlips, let's go. Let's go. Get signed up. Let's go. Looking forward to seeing what you think when you're actually in the heat of the battle. I'm pretty confident you're going to enjoy yourself. I think today we've had either 2 or 3 converts. People that used to day trade something other than futures and have now tried Pam's plant, and they've come back and said, oh yeah, futures are way better. So I'm still batting 100%. Why with Pam's plant do you prefer short trades? Where did I say I preferred short trades? I don't think I ever said that. Did I say something? So let me ask you, Logan, what did I say that made you think that I prefer short trades? Last 14 days. Trades. Okay, once again, Matthew, to reiterate, Pam's plant is not an argument against other things in the sense of you can't make money with those other things. It's an argument that those other things are inefficient compared to day trading futures through a prop firm. That's the argument. It's an argument of efficiency. So I'm fantastic. Good job. You've had 2 red days out of your last 14. Irrelevant as far as Pam's plan is concerned. But then again, you're not even day trading options. I keep forgetting, Matthew. You're swing trading options. So that's not even within the same category. You most definitely can hold futures. And yeah, you can hold the futures until the closing bell. That's true. But you've got to be all out of them for that 1 hour when the futures market closes. Because if you're not familiar, futures are basically open around the clock, but they do close every day for 1 hour. They close at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then they open back up at 6 p.m. I thought the image you had up had mentioned, I guess I missed it. Oh, I see. I know what you're talking about, Logan. Yeah. You're asking about this short whenever? Because here's the thing. A lot of people are like, well, I short penny stocks. I short micro caps. I short these stocks because they're garbage. But the thing with that is that for those sorts of stocks, you have to go out there and something called locate shares because those shares are hard to find because they're super risky. So you have to find those shares and then you have to pay extra to short them because they're called borrow fees because they're actually very risky. So therefore you have to pay extra commissions and fees and all this sort of stuff. But in futures, if you just want to short, you just short. No hassle. There's no extra fees. You don't have to spend time locating anything. You just short. So for the people that, like I said, some people come from this or like, no, I short microcaps, or I short penny stocks, or I short all this sort of stuff, which is super risky. But even setting that aside, the mere fact that you have to find shares to trade, you have to pay extra, it's just so much hassle. So that is what that is in regard to, Logan. So I'm good. I'm glad I asked, because now I understand where that thought process was coming from. So that's what that means. I've been trading NVDA with the help. Well, yeah, you need to just bail on NVDA. Assuming you mean you've been day trading NVDA. Very inefficient. We talked about that a couple days ago. Like, so inefficient. A very inefficient use of capital to be day trading Nvidia. Like a crazy amount of inefficiency. All right, quite the pullback here. Let's see if we can get it to come down a bit more. I'm interested in buying the pullback. Want to see it come down some more. Oh, wow. That was a quick move. I guess I should have thrown out my order out there ahead of time. We'll see if I can get a hammer. Let's this settle down a little bit. Right now, it's feeling very much so not necessarily like trying to buy a pullback, but at this point, catch a falling knife. So I'm going to let this try to settle out a little bit, see if it wants to show me some strength, and then maybe look to try to catch a long. And for anybody here, as we wait, so if somebody's day trading Nvidia, I mean, think about this. So to get even involved, so let's just say you want to get involved right here, $137. So to make any worthwhile money, you need probably at least 100 shares, right? So $137 per share. And if you want 100 shares, that requires $13,000. And let's say there's some sort of huge move, and this thing just goes from here all the way up to, I don't know, let's just say all the way up there, right? From here, but boom, all the way up there. So that would be 137, 137.50. That's a 50-cent move, okay? So that pretty big distance from here up to here is 50 cents. And keep in mind that distance. So then we come over here and say, okay, well, you had 100 shares, and if they moved 50 cents per share, 0.5, okay, that movement right there was $50. So it required $13,000 to make $50. Again, keep in mind this distance right here. Now let's hop over to futures. And let's look at a distance somewhat similar to that. So from, let's just say, from right here up to right there. So not quite as much, but similar. So these numbers right here, from 470 up to 490, that's a difference of 20. 20 what? Well, 20 points. And if you're doing NQ, so NQ, 1 point equals $20. So not to insult anybody's intelligence, but this distance right here, which again was much smaller than the Nvidia distance, but we'll just go with that. So we had 20 points, and given that each point is worth $20, that right there was a $400 move. So the movement was less, but yet it was way more, $400. But the potential pitfall here is, okay, but how much money was needed to participate in that? Because with Nvidia, you needed $13,000 to make that $50. But how much was needed here to participate in that $400 move? Well, that's where the prop firm comes into play. So we've been arguing for futures, but now the argument here is for Pam's plant, the prop firm. Well, for a bare minimum of 25,000 purchasing power, which would have required $105. So $105 was required because you could have gotten those 3 of those contracts. All these numbers were only based, that $400 was based on 1 contract. But you could have gotten actually 3 of those for 105. So do you see the disparity here in terms of efficiency of capital? You could be using $105 of your capital to make more money for less movement, or you could be required to take $13,000 of your capital, require a bigger move for $50. So that is why I say day trading stocks is not an argument that you can't make money day trading stocks, but it's inefficient. You are working harder, not smarter. So right there, that's why no bueno day trading stocks. Think about that. $13,000 needed for $50. Or $105 needed for, $400, if not more. I trade Nvidia, but it's not shares, just percent. Well, I mean, you're still trading shares in some form or the other. But to be fair to Bill R, you didn't say if you were day trading it or not. Yeah, if you're day trading Nvidia, you are mathematically provable you're working inefficiently. I don't know. Goodness, some of you are like, what was the weather, the date, and the time when you got profitable? I don't know. I don't know. As I've said and said a million times, when traders become profitable, it's not like you look back on a day and be like, the day was November 11th at 2 p.m. Central Time. It was snowy outside, and there's a little bird chirping on my windowsill. It doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen overnight. It's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But no, even for you, dang, you're not going to wake up one morning and be like, I'm profitable. At some point, somebody will ask that question and you'll be like, I have no idea. I really should just make a video on some of these things. Hey, Clay, what platform are you using? Hey, Clay, how long did it take you to be profitable? Hey, Clay, what are the indicators on your screen? What are some of the other ones that are asked 8 million times a day? It's my own fault, so I'm not blaming people. I appreciate them asking. But I got to figure out an efficient way to go about this. Or else I'm going to drive myself insane. Thanks a lot, Loyal Wiz. Way to rain on my parade. Even if you do make a video, they're not going to watch it. Sadly, probably true. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Well, thank you. So I don't go waste my time making videos that, yeah, you're right. They're probably not going to watch. Hey, Clay, are you rich? That one's not as popular, but I've gotten that one several times now. Like, can you imagine, like, the internet is such a weird place. Like, can you imagine somebody, like, going up to somebody in real life, shaking their, like, and you don't even say hi. You just literally walk up. Because that's what people do with the live stream, right? They just show up. So you literally walk up to somebody and you're like, are you rich? Like, imagine that. Internet is such a weird place. Like, all normal social, like, protocol goes right out the window. Well, I was thinking about going long, but yeah, in my hindsight voice, I want to be like, and I was thinking about going long right above those areas. No, I wasn't, Clay. You wanted to see more of a pullback. So as much as I want to sit here and act like I was all smart because I would have bought right there, no, I would have wanted it to come down a little bit more. You can put that info in the bio of every video if you want. Thanks, Octavian. That's not a terrible idea. I think it goes back to Loyal Wiz's point. Are they even going to look? But that's actually that would be an interesting way to go about it. Appreciate that. If it does come back down, I am still interested. I'm still interested in going potentially long. But I'm not interested in going long up around this part of the chart. But if it wants to pull back a little bit more, I could see myself being interested. Fade as in. Oh, okay. You're talking to Erie Trader. Okay, gotcha. I like it. I like how now people in the chat are having their own conversations, but this will be a new dynamic that I'm going to have to learn about, is to differentiate between, wait, what? That makes no sense. And it's like, oh, wait, they're not even talking to me. No, yeah, that's not wrong. Jake, did you even hear my whole thing to you? Like, you're kind of a good example. Like, I just spent a bunch of time talking about how trading Nvidia makes no sense, and then I never got any reply to you. Like, you see how you're being inefficient? Clay, can you send me a bushel of corn when they are ready? I cannot. That's not mine. I get paid. So that stuff is not mine. That is the farmer's that pays me. So you'll have to ask him, Jaboni. Put a name in front of who you want to talk to. Yeah, that helps. That helps. But people will forget that, understandably so. But that will be a new... But I love when people start to have conversations on their own in the chat room. That's great. Guys, I don't know a thing about trading. Is there any video I can... yeah, let me link you to this. This will be very good. As somebody that knows nothing, this will be very helpful for you. Make sure you get off to the right start with not any sort of bad thought processes. There you go. Get signed up for that. As somebody that's what you literally said. Guys, I don't know a thing about trading. You're in a great spot. You have a totally clean slate. Go watch that. Sign up for that class. Sorry, Clay, I've been here for 2 weeks and I have heard the Prams plan argument 100 times. I don't mind it. It's what you got to do. But me and Wiz are trying to become millionaires. No, that's fine. That's fine. Like I said, I just didn't realize that Wiz was talking to you. Totally fine. Like I said, Aries Trader, I love the fact that you two are talking. That's great. Yeah, Octavian, I think, yeah, because to Octavian's point, I think what they're arguing is I should just verbally tell them, hey, all that information is in the description area, and then it's on them to go look at it there, which isn't a terrible idea. Now I just got to put the time together to, But yeah, that probably is the most efficient way to go about it. All right. I could go long here, but where do I put my stop? If I put it down here, now I'm right above that low. If I go down below that low, now I'm right in front of this orange line here. I don't know where to put the stop. It seems like every stop doesn't make any sense. But at least if I get filled down here, I can just put my stop down below the orange line here. But right now, to go long here, you can't put your stop right there. That makes no sense. You want to get at least below that low, but if you get below that low, now you're basically right above this congestion point. Sometimes charts just don't really give you the cleanest of setups. By the way, it's IRI. IRI? IRI. IRI. Or IRI. Yeah, you'll get a replay of it. IRI. Okay, I will do my best to remember that. IRI. I may be a beautiful man. I'm not always the smartest man, IRI. So I hope you can understand. I'm beautiful, but not always bright. Clay, instead of a stop loss, would you consider to average down if it goes below the lowest wick? Yeah, I mean, that's a way I could get about it, but I don't know if this is an environment where I'm looking to get that aggressive. But yeah, if I really like the setup, I could see myself doing something like that, but that setup does not fit this criteria. It's a Rasta thing. Alrighty then. Like Rastafarian? No, people, you know you can't believe. We got the bobsled team. Name that movie. The fastest of the faster. Did you go to the gym today? No, afterwards I will. I'll be working out tonight. And I don't go to the gym. I just go down to the basement. We have some stuff here. How? I'm not... What do you mean how? Did you go to the link that I have right there, Marcus? Apex, I'm impressed. Thomas, I'm impressed. Cool runnings, yes. By the way, that movie gets me every time. At the end, when the dad's in the crowd, and then the dad just opens up his shirt. Oh, man. Woo! That's deep. Even right now, I got some goosebumps thinking about it. That and the Braveheart freedom yell gets me every time. And also, Field of Dreams at the end, playing catch with his dad. Oof. Woo! Right now, I might start tearing up a little bit right here. Like, serious question, Marcus. I'm a little confused because you're asking a question where in my mind I've explained, but I don't know. Maybe. So I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just seeking honest business feedback from the business standpoint. In my mind, I've done a good job. Get 50K buying power for only 119, and then I give a hyphen to the link and then the code. So like, I'm not sure. What do you mean by how? If again, I'm just trying to a little business feedback. I'm asking as a flawed businessman that maybe sometimes things are not as clear as what I think they are. Do I invest in crypto? I do not. I invest in stocks, real estate, and land. And stuff that comes with the Second Amendment, which have been my best investment in all actuality. Like, I am up hundreds of percents on that stuff. Hey, Clay, just for fun, what kind of music do you listen to? I don't really listen to music. I like podcasts. Don't ask what podcast. Use a link in the description below to get that discount. Agreed. Okay, Pat knows me. Pat's a real life friend, so he just outed me. Yes, Taylor Swift. I like a little Fergie. I like a little Britney Spears. I like a little Enrique Iglesias. I like a little Christina Aguilera. I like a little Ricky Martin. I like a little Puff Daddy. I like a little... Who else was back in the day, Pat? Come on. Who did you listen to before football games, Pat? Welcome to the Jungle? I remember we had a linebacker. Dustin Arthur was his name. Psychopath. You'd listen to Welcome to the Jungle before football games. I don't think you can... That is true. That is true. I'm up 2.2. Yeah, good job. Glad you're up on that. But can you go hunting on your Bitcoin? Can you play in a creek on your Bitcoin? Can you hunt for morel mushrooms on your Bitcoin? You cannot. I learned, yeah, that's exactly where I learned it. Man, we got a bunch of savages here. Concurrent viewers drop down when we just veer off the path a little bit. So we start talking about music and everybody's like, I'm out of here. Man, some people just gotta relax a little bit. No, but you can get really rich. Man, I'm already rich, dude. I got 6 kids. They're fed every night. They have beds to sleep in. There's a roof over their head. They got good health. I'm already rich. What are you talking about, Cocancini? Bitcoin is not going to make you rich. I'll tell you that right now. Rich is a matter of gratefulness. Rich is a function of contentfulness. If you can never be content, guess what? You're never going to be rich. It's this market. It's putting me to sleep. I bought my first Bitcoin when it was $11. Well, you got to sell that thing at some point to enjoy it. No, not 11, 6. I got 6 kids. I like real estate a lot. Thing is, hard to start doing it with low money. Yeah, no, if you want to get into real estate, I've gone over this before. Start a dumpster business. Or I should say, a clean out business. Because there's landlords, there's investors, there's flippers that are buying properties, or else they're taking a property back so they evict somebody and they need the thing cleaned out. So offer to clean them out. Hard work, nasty work, but it'll get your foot in the door. You just will figure out, and you can make easily over $100 an hour doing it. But you just you start to network with investors, and then you just you order the dumpster. You factor all that into your price, and then you start to get money. You start to make money. You get your name. You start to network with other investors. Some of them, if you do a good job, they're going to be willing to mentor you. So that's how you get your foot in the door with real estate, or that's at least how I would do it. Start with a clean out business. Having a loving family is also being rich. Well, I would argue that's really the only form of being rich. Are these futures? Yes, these are futures. Yep. What was I trading and for how long? I was day trading stocks and options for years upon years. Way longer than I should have been. Now, I do still defend myself a little bit. I don't think I was crazy to not hop into prop firms right away, because prop firms, when they first came out, I was pretty sketched out by them. So I don't think I was being a total fool to not hop into prop firms right away. But given that was like 2 years ago, and I've just watched so many of my students and members do very well with them, get paid, not get scammed, go on European vacations with their profits, I was like, okay, they're not quite a scam, which is why the ones I recommend have been around enough time. They have a track record of paying and stuff like that. I've been a realtor for 26 years, and that's a good idea. Big Ange. Oh, the clean out? The clean out thing? Yeah. Big Ange, is that what you're saying? The whole idea of, getting your foot in the door with the clean out method? Offering to clean out all that sort of stuff? I do better at swing trading options. Well, swing trading options is a whole nother category. Day trading options? No. Bad idea. Swing trading options, though, that's a whole different category. Some of us are not blessed with family and richness and friends and community, work and leisure. Well, I mean, I would submit that you could change that. That's not like out of your hands. I don't know how to do these, but trade options and buy stock. I need to learn this. Well, when you trade options and stocks, what is the main tool you're using? Are you using charts as your main tool? They did seem pretty scammy at first. I thought that, yeah, exactly, Mark. So I am going to be hard on myself for waiting for so long to get into futures trading. Yes, that I was a total moron. But like the whole prop firm thing, I'll cut myself a little bit of slack. No, that's all fake. I upset somebody earlier on, and so they decided to come do a bunch of bots with the likes, and then at one point we were up to like 11,000 viewers. So they bot attacked that way too, because I requested details from them, and they don't want to give me details. So yeah, our first real big day of drama land. I always heard there can be drama on the live stream world. Today was the first day of it that I experienced it. Bro, I really thought you finally made it big time. Nope, maybe someday. But today was not that day. Okay, cool. So Big Ange, you are 97% of the way to trading futures, because instead of quote unquote using charting for your options, you're now using charting for futures. So here's the last 3%. People actually, yeah, that's what I was blowing my mind. It's like, I'm pretty sure this person is paying to do this. Like, are you really that upset that where you're paying? I don't know. It was kind of weird. The thing was, the guy, he's a nice guy. He was nice. I was just like, hey, man, can you just give a little bit more details of these numbers? And he wouldn't do it. So that was kind of weird, because he seemed like a totally normal, nice guy. He just wasn't giving the numbers that I asked him about 10 times for. But yeah, I don't know. But how often do you live stream? Every day at 11 a.m. Eastern. Usually I'm a little early. But anyway, so Big Ant. Okay, use charting. So here's the final lesson. So from this number up to this number, the difference in these numbers, if you look closely, is 10. Okay, so this is the final 3% to be able to trade futures, because with trading charts, you're 97% of the way there. So the final 3%, this difference here is 10. 10 what? Well, 10 points. So the big question in futures is this. Depending on what contract you're changing, hey, how much is 1 point worth? So let's just say you're doing the NQ. The answer to that question would be, well, 1 point is worth $20. So Ange, or Big Ange, here's the quiz. How much is this point, or how much is this space worth? If this space is 10 points and 1 point is worth $20, what is that worth? Or in other words, in futures jargon, if a futures trader were to say, hey, I just made 10 points, how much money did they actually make? What is your honest opinion on Forex trading? Forex, especially Forex day trading, is garbage. I would rather watch paint dry. Forex day trading, it's just not, no. There are better ways to go about day trading. Forex trading is not it. But again, Ange, how much is that worth? That 10 points? So if somebody said they made 10 points, and you now know that 10 points, or that 1 point is worth $20, and they made 10 points. So how much did they make? Marcus Clark. Yes, sir. I'm not quite sure what that's yes, sir is in regards to. So I don't mean to put you under the spot, but I do, Big Ange. This is your quiz. If you can understand this math, you officially understand futures trading. I'll open it up to anybody else that wants to ask that question. If maybe somebody else was intimidated by futures, and you're like, wait a second, I know the answer to that. Yeah, that's all it is. There you go, Big Ange. You know how to... Okay, now that is, Big Ange, that is per contract. So let's say, Big Ange, you owned 3 contracts. How much would you have made? So if somebody's like, yeah, I made 10 points per contract and I own 3 contracts, how much would they have made? Jake, you are starting to confuse me quite a bit. You've been here like the entire afternoon. Have you not seen me getting butchered? Come on, Jake. You've already seen me being... Are you trying to rub salt in the wounds here? Again, the question that Big Ange, they own 3 contracts. So somebody says, yep, I made 10 points on the NQ and I own 3 contracts. Talking about ES. No, we're talking about the NQ here. Joseph, we do not talk about other prop firms here. I'm trying to keep things as efficient as possible. Marcus, but like, the answer is right there. You're asking, how do I get it? Go to that link. It's like, it's right there. Use code Clay. There you go, Big Ange. There you go. You now officially understand how to trade futures because you've already been using charts. And that's the only little difference that you would have to understand is how do the points work? But you just proved it right there. There you go. Clay, it doesn't look like you're going to get into a trade. Well, Guitar Guy, I've been in about 10 trades this live stream. Where were you for the other 10 trades, Guitar Guy? Answer that for me, brother. Where have you been for the other 10 trades I was in this live stream? But yeah, you're right. It doesn't look like I'm getting into a trade right now because I don't really see a trade right here. So that would be correct. But, brother, I've taken a lot of trades. I've been chewed up and spit out by the market today. Where you been for all that? What program or system do I use? All right, so that's a 2-part question. Again, I am trading futures through a prop firm. So the prop firm I'm using, you can see at the top of the page there, is Take Profit Trader. So what you'll do, again, this is what I'm doing. This is what step 1 would be you select the purchasing power you want. So right here is the purchasing power. And then after you do that, and again, use code Clay so you can get the 30% off and no activation. But after you check the purchasing power, it's going to ask you, well, what platform do you want to use? The platform that I'm using and that you see here is Tradeovate. So you will select that. And the key thing here is that you do not need to go to Tradeovate and set up a new account or anything like that. You get to skip that headache step because the prop firm, Take Profit Trader, will go and do all that for you. And then they'll email you your login information, and then you can go to Tradeovate and log right in and get started to it. So that is, that is in your terminology. How did you say it? That is the program. That is the system that I'm using. Twofold. Fold number 1, go with the prop firm, and then through that prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. Not a good day to trade. Nvidia earnings. I mean, it was a fine day trading. The afternoon was a bit not nice to me, but I'm sure other people did pretty well. All right, we're at the 4-hour mark. I'm pretty mentally dead, so I am going to go ahead and call it good. Just as a final reminder, anybody that's, I am offering this free class in a couple days, or I guess tomorrow. So I'll put this into the chat here if anybody wants to get signed up for it. Free webinar right there. If you want to come trade with me and other really good traders, I do offer a private community. You can learn more about that here. Private group. And then, yeah, if you want to get started with Pam's Plant, which again is day trading futures through a prop firm, and you want to help support the channel, use the prop firm that I'm using that I recommended. You can check out that link right there. And then make sure you use code CLAY. Code CLAY. And then that will, again, it'll give you the discount, and it's just a way to support the channel. So if you'd like to support the channel, that is a way you can do that. So an eventful day today, a dramatic day today. I'm going to get Pam's Plant. It's Pam's Plant. Plant. Please don't print Pam's Plan, because that would be incorrect. Thanks for the stream. Well, hopefully to have you back again, Octavian. But thank you all for being here. Again, check out those links. And if you are not yet, make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications, because yeah, I'm always here by 11, but sometimes I show up early. So if you want to make sure that you're around, or you know exactly when I do go live, make sure you subscribe and then hit and turn on that notification bell. So everybody, thanks for being here. Check out those links. And again, if you want to support the channel as you move into Pam's Plant, code CLAY gets that job done. But at the end of the day, if you want to go support somebody else, that's totally fine too. So have a good one, everybody. See you.